Da-da. Da-da. You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So it's 39 degrees right now.
A little brisk.
But depending on where you are, we will be diddling 70 degrees.
Ooh, that's some wet diddling.
No. Is it supposed to rain?
Yeah, a little bit.
I got cloudy and windy.
I saw a little bit of wetness
Okay.
in the afternoon.
There you
Well,
go.
I'm just saying it.
No,
Just saying
you
it.
could have said it's supposed to like rain or something.
A little damp in the afternoon.
Stop with the damp in the afternoon.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Dan Hardy would not enjoy what you're saying right now.
Dan likes it damp.
Oh, that's why they call him Damp Dan.
Starting with the creep cap already, I see.
Yeah, I'm already ready to go home. Let's go home. Weekend starts now. I'm done. I don't want to hear you talk about damp. All right, let's start the show with a grand opening at Eastview Mall of a store that's having their second grand opening at Eastview Mall.
So they left and then came back?
You got it.
Who's that?
PacSun.
Man, that's still a thing.
Yes. So PacSun, for you older folks, Pacific Sunwear is what it used to be called.
But that company's got to be 50 years old.
1980 is when they opened.
God damn.
So, yeah, about 50 years old. Anywho, Pacific Sunwear was located in Eastview Mall for years and years and years. They closed about a decade ago.
I think they had them in every mall at one
Oh,
point.
yeah.
Yep, they were all over the place. Yeah. They are open again at Eastview Mall, their grand opening. So here's the funny thing about Pacific Sunwear.
Because it's like beachwear, right?
Yes. I mean,
Like
It was kind of that West
California.
Coast
Yeah,
style.
California, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's very Steely
Skateboarding.
Dan.
Surfer, skateboarder, yeah.
Give me some of that PacSun. So did I not nail that?
Yeah, you did.
PacSun's open now at the mall. PacSun, if you walk in there and you are Kimmy and I's age, you will see all of the clothes that we wore when we were kids.
So it hasn't
Clothes,
really
the
changed.
brands, I think most of those brands are still around.
So it's the same look still.
Yeah.
So, but it's funny. It changed for a couple of years, and then it looped back around again. Like
Right.
when you walk in there, you're going to see Jinko. You know what else is back, Kimmy? Kickwear. You remember Kickwear?
No.
K-I-K?
What's that?
It was like Jinko, but flappier jeans.
Oh, okay.
Oh, even flappier.
It was like the flappiest of flappy jeans.
So it's the flat back?
Yeah. Oh, flaps
oh,
big.
yeah, the baggy jeans.
All right.
Kimmy, no.
It's
Baggy is one thing. These are wide ass baggy.
That is the ugliest look on any body, any shape. It just doesn't work.
I got to tell you,
We're not cool anymore, so who am I to say?
when I was in middle school, it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me because you know.
What covers your sins?
Well, no, I got powerful thighs. You know this.
Yeah, but you were like bulbous.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yeah, I was.
You should have went to bulbous, son.
Thank you.
But you get egg rolls.
Hang out. You get 3 hours and 45 minutes more of those kind of jokes.
Son.
Bulbous, son.
Bulbous Sun. One of my favorite sushi restaurants. No, but like those flappy jeans, I could have my powerful thighs and not like, not when skinny jeans got popular. It didn't look
Tough
good.
time.
I looked
Yeah.
like a melted lamp. But what's interesting about PacSun, as you said, it's been open for over 50 years now. This is like the fourth go-round for fashion at PacSun. Because when the store opened in 1980, it was the skateboard surfing thing.
Yeah.
Right? And that was when it was going through its first big boom. And at that time, PacSun was selling clothing that was like a reimagining of stuff from the 1960s.
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the stuff they were selling.
Like the Beach Boys, the surf and safari kind of crap. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. I was thinking.
It looked like a Beach Boy cover.
I was thinking more of the Partridge Family and the Brady Bunch.
Same thing.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, so then they became, Kimmy, huge again in the early 2000s, and they were selling a reimagining of the stuff they were selling in the 80s,
Yeah.
right?
So they just never really changed their style. They just keep bringing it back.
Well, but that's what's kind of funny is like PacSun, they do this thing, right? And then they start to change it a little bit because the styles change.
People don't like it.
And people don't like it, and they go away. And then they do exactly what they did 20 years before.
Yeah.
And then everyone's like, oh, PacSun's back. And then they change it a little bit, and it goes away. And then again, they have gone back to the early 2000s stuff, and everyone's like, oh, PacSun's back.
Okay.
I mean, so Kimmy, like we could walk into PacSun today.
Probably see stuff that you bought 20 years ago.
We can put on exactly what we
Yeah.
wore when we were in middle and high school.
But it's for
don't
kids.
do that, though. Don't do that.
It's for kids, right?
It's not for you anymore, I'm going to say.
Yeah. I don't see an adult wearing that stuff.
All right, so let's talk about that.
And it's some stuff in the early 2000s that I thought nobody's ever going to want to dress like this again.
Can you give me an example?
So I did see on a mannequin bedazzled, like, I don't know what to call them, like those Ed Hardy jeans.
Oh, True Religion,
True Religion.
Affliction.
Like, and they were marketing them towards guys again, like those blinged out jeans.
Well, look, Nickelback's back, so I guess.
I don't even know if that was a great look at the time. Like if that was just for certain people at the time.
It wasn't for anybody, but people decided to do it.
I never thought we'd see those again.
No, I agree with you. But going back to the whole, it's for kids.
Yeah.
Yes, this is for kids. But something else strange is happening.
What happened?
Well, Kimmy, like when we were in high school, short of those weird youth pastors that were 40, no adult could get away with shopping in those stores.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No.
And again, those youth pastors with like the frosted tips at 40,
Yeah.
they would dress like that, but that was a whole
Most of those guys are in jail anyway.
Now,
Yeah.
you will see adults our age
That's sad.
in those stores.
You're gonna look
You
ridiculous.
think those people are sad?
I don't know
I
if
think they're
those
the
pe-
saddest people I've ever seen.
I don't know if those people ever gave up that style.
I think they're pathetic,
They're pathetic people?
and I think they should be called out on it.
Because my wife is that person.
Well, I mean, I could see a woman, of her stature
Yeah, if
being
you could
able to
just
pull
hold
it
on.
up.
If
I
you
think
could
she's
just-
one. I think she's one of the good ones.
If you could just hold on.
What kind of style are you talking about? Because I'm picturing like Jersey Shore style clothing.
Your wife
and
don't dress like that.
I've never seen your wife dress like that.
She's high end.
Let me put it this way. My
Yeah.
wife will shop
Well,
at
text that to her. I said high end. I said she's high
No,
end.
it's too. She already read the one that you said she was trash and pathetic, so I can't take it back. She's blocked me. No, I told this story.
What?
My wife needed a new pair of jeans.
Yeah.
So she went into Hollister.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. It was American Eagle.
Okay.
And
What
so
happened?
my wife is older than I am,
Yeah.
and she's in there with my daughters. and
You
she-
didn't have to say that.
Well, no, I'm just trying to give a date.
You
like,
could have just said around our age.
Yeah.
I am younger than my wife. Thank you.
I have powerful thighs.
I have powerful thighs and I'm pretty. I'm a lot younger than my wife. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. All right. So we're in American Eagle or Aeropostale or
Yeah.
whatever it was, right? And
Yeah.
she finds these jeans she
Yeah.
likes, right? And everyone that works there is an embryo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're
Yeah.
teen. They're
It's
teenage
one of
kids.
that first. It's like one of those first places you get a job.
So she
as a
finds,
kid.
yeah. So she finds these jeans. She tries them on. She brings them to the counter, right? The girl is like, "Do you have an email with us?" And my wife's like, "Yes." And she gives the girl her email from like 1997
Oh.
when she was shopping. And the girl's like,
Yeah.
"It's not coming up." And I burst into laughter. And I go, "I think they reset the email list every 30 years."
Was it one of those embarrassing emails too, like sweet stuff, like just stupid words you'd use, hottie at AOL.com, whatever it was.
What are you trying to say about my high school wife?
No, I'm saying we all had those.
Yeah.
Nobody actually
You
used
had
their.
hottie?
What was mine? It was like K sweet stuff, something.
But the point I'm making is,
Yeah.
it's not weird to walk into Zoomies, PacSun, Hollister, Aeropostale, and see parents shopping with their kids.
And buying clothes for themselves.
Kimmy, how old's your husband?
36.
Didn't he buy some of those Bills reissue shirts from like American Eagle or Aeropostale? You know the ones I'm talking about.
He wanted to buy. It was one of those like Bill's vintagey looking sweatshirts from Abercrombie.
There it is, yeah.
But then he saw the price. He was like, nah. But he would have.
That was a quote.
If he wasn't cheap.
Nah.
Nah.
It's all got to be super expensive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brutal. It is brutal.
Like I don't even know how much jeans cost now. Like
Yes,
those,
you do.
No, like the jeans I buy old man jeans.
Yeah, but your jeans aren't cheap.
No, but they're tailored. But I don't
Okay.
wear like if I go to like
He just wanted to start a sentence to finish it with, I wear tailored
I
jeans.
wear tailored jeans. But if you go to like Aeropostale and buy jeans,
Yeah.
how much?
That's usually that's like a teen store that was always a little cheaper than
Well,
the
give me
other
the-
ones.
American Eagle is the expensive one.
Yeah.
No.
Hollister's. Oh no, I'm sorry. What is it?
Abercrombie's probably the
Abercrombie,
more
I'm sorry.
expensive one. You're ranging from like $70 to $90.
I'll be honest. I was laughing so hard at the email thing, I did not see what my wife's jeans cost.
Yeah.
Kimmy, can you Google what a pair of Jinko jeans cost now? Because I remember when I was a kid, they were obscenely expensive, which
Yeah.
is why I had to buy the Zone jeans, which were the flappy knockoffs from JCPenney that you could easily wear a hole in the crotch through.
Like the last time I can remember like people flipping out about the price is when jeans hit $50.
Yeah.
And people go, "You got $50."
Oh,
I'm
good
not buying it."
times.
All right, what do we got for a pair of Jinko
Okay,
jeans?
so I mean, you are getting a lot of jean for your buck.
All right. Oh, these are the wide jeans.
So
It's like double jeans.
it looks like they're all around like 130 to
God.
160 bucks.
So I'm
That's
in
a sport coat.
Yeah.
could you sound more like
Oh,
an
there's
old
there's
man?
a burgundy corduroy pair that are 200.
Right.
Oh my God, these are 280.
God damn.
for a pair of jeans.
Yeah, I don't know why those are so much more expensive, but yeah, well, now that I'm looking, now that I'm scrolling, yeah, they're up there.
No, I remember as a kid, like those Jinko jeans being like between $60 and $80.
Yeah.
And that was in.
And that was the
18
high end.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you peaked jean price at that point.
Kimmy, can you give
There's
us
so many?
Can you give Kimmy's falling back in love with the flappy jeans? Can you get us a look at like what was this the super fancy trendy one that you just said? Not Abercrombie. Was it Abercrombie?
The Abercrombie jeans?
Yeah, give me a look at a pair of guys Abercrombie jeans. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
And that was the weird store that always was getting in trouble with their catalog.
Yeah.
Because it was like semi-porn.
It was it was porn. There was nothing about it was all porn.
It was just like naked kids running around.
Yep.
And he got in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked a lot like you actually.
Oh, but businessman?
Yes, with his tailored jeans.
His sport coat?
Actually not that bad.
Okay, what do we got?
So it looks like they hover around like $80.
That's not that bad. $80?
Well, but right now they're all on sale for $67.
Oh, end of the season.
We started this conversation. PacSun Pacific Sunwear is opening again in Eastview Mall. They were closed. They had a store 10 years ago that shut down. They're back again, and it seems like every 20 years they have this resurgence of being popular again. But here's the problem, Kimmy, with the whole they're only $80. If you're a grown-ass person, okay, spending $80 on a pair of jeans as a grown-ass person is still ridiculous when Marshalls and TJ Maxx exist. But I digress. You buy a pair of jeans, you're going to have that pair of jeans for a long, long time.
Yeah.
Your kid buying a pair of jeans,
you're going to grow out of them.
2
Going to get
years,
sick of the
done.
style.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like every year, you got to buy another pair or two of $80 jeans.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that. Get on my face.
But they are. I mean, you have to. Right?
Well, I know. We're a
What are you putting your kids in?
Marshalls.
Buy them now. End of season sale.
No, because by the time school rolls around next year, it's going to be a different
Yeah.
style. Everyone's in the flappy jeans. They're spending $200 a pair. And you're right. You get a lot of denim, but it's not like you get 2 pair of jeans out of it.
You're kind of getting like 3 in one.
Here's the other thing that sucks about the flappy jeans, too,
What's that?
now that they're coming back in style. You can wear a regular pair of jeans 5 days in a row,
Yeah.
and no one knows.
True.
They all let you. They could be
Well,
5.
standard pair of Levi's.
Yeah,
style,
but they could be 5 different pair of jeans.
Yeah.
Those like flappy jeans.
No, you cannot.
By the way, Levi's are expensive.
They had like a resurgence
Yeah.
because of the whole vintage thing.
Yep.
You know, people spend like thousands of dollars on vintage Levi's jeans.
Yeah.
Why?
It's better made, I guess.
It is?
They
It looks like the same goddamn jean.
Kimmy, could you Google the 1800s pair of Levi jeans that was sold? I want to say it was like $30,000-$40,000.
Wait, from the 1870s?
It was the late 1800s.
like the original pair of like cowboy jeans?
Yeah, they found them in a mine in California.
Yeah.
So one pair of Levi's jeans from the 1800s sold at an auction for over $120,000.
Oh!
I have a question.
Sure.
A bit back of the room here.
Yeah.
If you find a pair of jeans from the 1870s at a mine,
Yeah.
where's the dude?
Pantsless.
Did he die in them
he may
jeans?
have.
And like he just like
Unless he
dissolved?
maybe he got high, he ditched the jeans.
Oh no, or did he get dragged off by a bear pulled out of his jeans?
He got sodomized by a bear.
Yeah.
Dead Man's Jeans.
Yes.
One of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs. No, I'm telling you, it is very strange. This is why I know, like, you're Mr. Fashion Man.
I'm an old man fan.
No, but like you sit here and you talk about how you're all up on the styles and everything, and it blows your mind. Like,
yeah.
This is proof positive, Kimmy, that we would have never made it in the fashion industry because we just can't figure out. Like, none of this makes any sense.
Rhyme or reason.
It's all cyclical. That's
Yeah.
all we know.
You
Yeah.
just keep bringing the stuff back, taking the other stuff away.
But it's only specific stuff, and it's the stupidest stuff that comes through. Because again, bell bottoms are back again.
But
I don't
that's
know-
new to your kids.
But
like every style of jean is in right now.
jeans are
It's
big.
very, it's
Because
very
there's no
confusing.
style anymore. Like when you look at the 1960s and the 1950s, and you look at those dudes,
Shut up.
they all dress the
I
same.
hate you so much.
They
right
all
now.
look like my dad. Everybody like conformed.
So that style?
But that style was like for years. Like when you look at those old hockey games, right? The Rangers playing the Bruins.
Yeah.
Every dude in there looks the same.
Yeah, because they didn't want McCarthy to drag them off.
Right.
Well, I guess we're going through the same kind of thing right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Everyone's in suits again.
So there is no set style anymore.
Well, you know
You
what?
can't say like the 1950s had a look, the 60s
Sure.
had a look,
I
the
get what you're
70s
saying.
Not-
had a
you
look.
didn't have access to as much stuff.
Started
too.
in the 80s, it just went off the rails, and everybody just went in any direction they wanted.
No, she makes a great point though. Like first of all, where you could get stuff. Second of all,
Yeah.
like everything was made here.
Yes.
So like you had 5 suits.
Yeah.
Right.
Pick one.
Yeah. And you had pennies and Sears to go get it.
Again, seems like we're going back to that.
Yeah.
So all right, every hockey game is going to look like MSG in 1945.
I am waiting for, because whenever you do see that style come back around again of stuff you wore when you were a kid, you also remember why it went out of style. And I'm just waiting until those kids have to deal with the issues of those clothes. Like when it comes to the baggy jeans, Try wearing those in the winter, buddy.
Yeah.
Those things are going to be wet for days.
Those salt stains going all the way up to your shin.
Yep.
She's right. And then the back starts to tear off a little bit.
It's fun now, but you wait for the winter season. Not going to be so fun with those bell bottoms dragging on the ground.
We have a dynamite, dragon, flappy kind of break room for
Now
you.
who sounds old? His bell bottoms are going to get wet. Try to run away from Nixon's army now. Hippie.
It's Friday. You know what that means.
A little creepy.
Yep, creep it out. Creep kept coming at you. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. Also, just after 7 o'clock, we told you, was it this week? We talked about the Bon Jovi show, Monday, I think.
Yes.
So for those who didn't hear, Bon Jovi is getting back together, but they're not doing a tour.
Yes, it's a very odd setup.
Well, you say odd, I say exploitive.
Yeah.
Because they are forcing their fans to spend an unbelievable amount of money to attend a secret show in Nashville.
Yeah.
And we'll recap the whole story. Well, it turns out that someone listening with their spouse, that story has put them in a bind.
Oh, really?
Well, this guy's fiance, is it wife, girlfriend, somebody? Well, I got a message. I'll read it to you. She's a big Bon Jovi fan. He's a big Bon Jovi fan.
All right, good.
And they want to go. But he did not think that the level of gift they would be exchanging was this high because they had not exchanged gifts yet for anything.
Yeah.
And it brings up an interesting side-by-side here. Because how do you know what your new partner is expecting if you've never given gifts before?
Oh, yeah, it's new ground. Yeah, for sure.
We'll get to that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy, there's a couple that deserves a massive round of applause.
Fantastic.
Someone is still alive today because of what they did on
They saved them?
Saved a woman's life.
Wow.
Just having dinner.
Wait, just eating dinner?
Well, they were having dinner, and then this happened, and I'll tell you the whole story.
Wow.
But, look, you don't want to ask for it. You don't want anyone, you don't want to be like, hey, now that this is done. But you would expect something.
Step up.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Big round of applause for a couple in upstate New York.
Fantastic.
They saved a woman's life.
Really?
This woman would be dead had these people not been where they were at this moment.
And this couple, jumped in.
Oh, yeah, yes. And I'm going to tell you the whole story. And here's the thing. They were in a situation where they could have been rewarded for what they did. But the question is not could have been.
Yeah.
The question is should they have been. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. This is a standard something was stolen, cops were called kind of story coming from on the east side.
Oh.
That being said, although this is not illegal, you'd have to feel weird calling the cops if this was ripped off.
Oh.
Because you are essentially telling this cop, I was trying to make your job a lot harder. And we'll get to what it was just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So this story happened just east of us.
Yeah.
Justin and Winona Schindler work as paramedics. They are also married. And they had the night off, so they decided to go and have a nice dinner, Tommy.
Yeah.
At a steakhouse.
Nice.
High-end steakhouse.
All right.
But, Tommy, life-saving doesn't stop just because you're off the clock.
Oh, what happened?
Well, while eating, the couple heard a commotion coming from the other side of the room.
Yeah.
Someone was yelling that an elderly woman was choking.
Oh.
Jesus.
So the couple sprung into action. They rushed over to this woman. Winona cleared the area, called 911, and located the AED defibrillator just in case. Justin, the husband, began the Heimlich maneuver, and they went to work.
So they're got Granny bent over and down in the chest.
Huh,
All right.
huh. But here's the thing.
What?
The Heimlich wasn't working.
Wouldn't dislodge.
Oh, man.
No. The woman was still choking.
A big chunk of fine steak.
She went unconscious.
No kidding.
Yep. And she stopped breathing. They got her on the ground. They prepared the AED while Justin began CPR. And this went on for about 5 minutes. Things were looking grim. That's when a staff member left the restaurant and returned with a life vac. Have you seen these things?
Hell's that?
It goes over your face.
Sucks it out of your mouth.
Yeah, they call it
Oh.
the Edie. It just sucks. That's what it sounds like when it's. So the couple kept working. They used a life vac, and eventually they got whatever
Wow.
food was in this woman's throat.
So this
out.
thing just sucks it out.
So it's
like a vacuum.
Yeah, it's like a bag. You push in. I have one at my house for the kids, and it sucks it
Wow.
out. Yeah. Winona, the wife, gave the woman oxygen while she began to regain consciousness. They called an ambulance.
Man, this brought luck out.
No kidding, man.
She was a second away from seeing her husband.
It was over. The husband was she may have been with him. What are you doing? Why?
I just assumed she was wooded.
Okay. This old lady was off to the hospital.
Yeah.
The story says the family of a woman who was choking are regulars at the restaurant. So this couple, the paramedic couple, has actually been getting updates on how the woman is doing.
Oh, great.
She is alive. She's doing great. And it's all thanks to this couple that sprung into action that night at dinner. So here's the thing. With all the details we just shared with you, there is one detail we do not know about this story.
What's that?
And I know it's the one you care about the most.
Well, I don't know where you're going with this.
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
You saved someone's life at a steakhouse.
Yeah.
All right. Everything's all said and done. You
Yeah.
know, wow, way to go. Great job. Thank you so much. That was amazing. What are you expecting?
You got to step up.
Who's stepping up?
Granny.
So she's got to cover the bill.
Granny should step up, and that restaurant should step up.
So you want
Ooh, that's an interesting point there. If the restaurant, should the restaurant be responsible for it?
I think both parties should step up.
So you want 2 free double meals?
What, free?
What?
Free?
Wait,
Your ass wasn't talking free when you were walking towards that light, lady.
What is that?
When I
even mean?
pulled you back.
Wasn't talking at all. She had steak in her throat.
Thank
Right,
God you
right.
have no power over people.
No, I'm
No
just saying.
skill, nothing.
I'm saying right now, Granny's got to step up, and the restaurant should step up. The restaurant should definitely throw them
Like a
a
coupon
gift
or
certificate.
something.
It's,
yeah.
it's a meal to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way,
I mean, you made a situation like you saved everybody's date night. You
Yeah.
know,
So you agree with Tommy? These people should have been tightened up in some way.
I think so.
why not?
Like, I don't think they should. They shouldn't have to ask for it.
Right. It should be.
I would think
Done.
somebody would be happy to.
It's a class move. And this elderly woman and her family,
Yeah.
they should definitely step up.
All right, so let's walk through this. So the
Yeah.
phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's start with the family and the elderly woman. So I just shared with you
Yeah.
that the elderly woman had to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
They brought an ambulance and they took off with her.
Yeah, yeah.
I would make the assumption that the family followed her to the hospital.
Yeah, I got you.
Right? So how would you pay for these people's dinner who saved
Oh, no,
you?
no. You're miss. The restaurant
Okay.
should give them a gift certificate
Okay.
for the food at the restaurant.
Okay.
These people should do something completely different. The family should step up separately and do something for these two EMTs that saved the woman's life.
Okay, so what should the family do?
Whatever they think is responsible, but it should be a monetary. But first of all, this isn't a poor woman. She's eating at what you call a high-end steakhouse. So this woman has bank. So she probably got double pension. She got social coming in.
Pension. I thought
Medicare, Medicaid.
I thought her husband was dead.
Draining our resources. Yeah, they should step up with at least a Giola.
$1,000 cash
for your life.
So you're gonna walk. I'm sorry. You're gonna walk up and hand an envelope with $1,000
Two
cash.
gift certificates. You can split it. Go 500 and 500. Five beans on Wegmans. Maybe 500 just standard MasterCard.
Do you think the party of the woman that choked had to pay for their dinner?
Okay, so let's walk through that because that brings us back.
Because they may have gotten a free dinner.
So that's just it. That brings us back to the restaurant because you yourself just said that the restaurant should have also covered their dinner.
No. Not just cover their dinner, future dinner. What you get? What you? Will you give me a break on your ribeye and a couple of rolls? Okay. Thanks.
All right. Kimmy brought up a very valid point.
What?
This family, because it said family, so this might have been a group of 4, 6, 8 people.
Who are we talking?
The one who's the family of the woman who choked.
Yeah.
They probably went right with the ambulance, which means it's very possible the restaurant did not get paid for that meal either. That happens all the time where someone has a medical emergency and the restaurant does not want to run after the ambulance, so they just eat it. So you're going to tell me you want the restaurant, after potentially having to eat that entire bill there, to then turn around and give the other couple free stuff.
Yes.
You're out of your mind.
Why can't they do that? Why can't they do that?
That would bankrupt the company.
Bankrupt one lousy table of food.
The margins on food these days, Tommy. The margins. Don't even get me started about the taxes.
Then don't go into restaurant business. You can't tell me. I love all these high-end joints. As soon as they got to pay up, they got to cry poor.
It's going to bring those people back to the restaurant because if you don't, they're never going back there again.
Right.
What, the couple who choked, the family that choked?
Both, because it would be kind of a traumatic experience, I would think.
Yeah, you got to play nice, baby.
By the way, the woman is the one that choked. How is it the restaurant's fault for any of this?
It's not. I just think like if you want these people coming back again.
You want your old lady dragged out of your restaurant and into an ambulance? That's
exactly what happened.
That's not a good look for a restaurant. They want to make nice with everybody.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this couple just east of us. They're paramedics. They went out for dinner at a steakhouse over the weekend. While they were there, you monster.
Monster. Pay up.
An old woman started choking. They went to work. The woman, the wife, grabbed an AED defibrillator, cleared the area, called 911. The husband began the Heimlich. That wasn't working. The old woman, while still choking, went unconscious. She stopped breathing. They laid her down. They got the AED ready. The husband started performing CPR. This went on for 5 minutes. Someone in the restaurant grabbed a life vac, which my wife texted me and alerted me. We have 2 of them, one at home and one in the car.
Nice.
So if you're ever choking and you see a Volkswagen Atlas driving down the road with my
So
wife,
you just stick it in, you just pump it?
No, it goes over your face like an oxygen mask.
And then it sucks. Then you pump it to pull the food out?
Yeah, it pulls the food.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes that noise.
I feel like everybody should have one of those.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Where do you get them?
Don't play. You can get them online.
Oh.
Yeah, don't play with it without choking, by the way. I found that out the hard way.
Why would you play with it?
Just to see what it
Stick
felt
it over
like.
your mouth?
Okay, don't tell me you've never gotten stuff that you don't actually need to use and haven't tried it one time.
I don't
know if I'd try that.
That was a very traumatic experience. Long story short, they saved this woman's life.
Unbelievable.
She is alive. She was taken to the hospital. She's doing great. And the question is what these people should be entitled to.
Yeah.
Right? But that's just it. You think they should be entitled to all of this. It's
You
not
say
even
entitled. No, it's earned. Entitled means I just put my ass down. I expect something. These people sprung into action, used their life-saving techniques on their time off to save this woman. That's not entitlement at all.
But you said earned. It's not like they were hired that night to go work in the restaurant in case somebody choked. They just did what they did.
They were good Samaritans.
Yes.
And that should be rewarded. That's not entitlement. That's a reward.
Have you read the story of the Good Samaritan?
Yeah, didn't he get some money out of that?
Yeah, but that's just it. The Good Samaritan.
He got all the book royalties off of that.
Oh, he makes money off the Bible?
You don't think he did some speaking tours in Jerusalem?
It's the wrong. Okay.
I don't know. Where's the Good Samaritan?
No, it's a different book.
Wasn't the Bible all in
Old
like
Testament.
Jerusalem?
Easter's on. It's Good Friday, for God's sake.
I'm just asking.
You went to Catholic school.
Kind of.
Know a little something.
I got my ass kicked in Catholic school.
All right, so let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
So let's say you are the husband of this couple, right? And the family so caught up in everything that happened, doesn't do anything for you. Yeah. And that is understandable. That is
I never hear from them.
You don't hear.
They're just they kind of got swept up in everything going on, and they either forgot or didn't have your information, so they never reached out to you.
So they don't hear from you. And the restaurant, when everything's said and done, they drop the bill and they expect to be paid. Are you saying anything?
I'm never going back.
Oh, no. We're going to lose your salad money? Oh, no. Watch out. Guys, now we're overloaded with fennel because Tommy's not coming back, and we ordered all this.
I wouldn't say anything because I'm a coward.
Yeah.
But I also would never go back, and I would badmouth them to everybody I know.
But how would you badmouth them?
Yeah.
They didn't give me a free meal?
No, all I did for them, and they didn't even have the courtesy of giving me a cocktail or a goddamn dessert. This is the way I get treated? This is how we treat the I thought we were supposed to respect our first responders.
All right, let's say they give you a free dessert. You still bad-mouthing them?
Yeah, man. Free dessert? What is that, $4? You goddamn cannoli?
Is there, if they give you anything for free, let's say they give you a free dessert, Kenny, and it's like the nice one, right? It's like that deep-fried ice cream thing. Okay. You bad-mouthing them?
I mean, no, they stepped up a little bit. I mean, they did something.
It's about as little as it gets, man.
Better than nothing.
It didn't cost them that much.
I also
up ice
wonder,
cream, put it on a plate.
You know what I'm thinking? This couple has to just. Do you think they're stressed every time they go out to eat?
Yeah.
Because you, like, having the skills that you have, like, you're going to have to jump into action at any point if something happens.
It's got to suck.
I think that you're built differently when you have a gig like that because you're around chaos so much.
Could be. Yeah,
but everybody needs a
But when
break.
you're out to eat, like, you would think, like, hopefully nothing happens here tonight or,
Can I tell you a funny story?
Yeah.
So, my wife's a doctor.
Yeah.
Right? So when we were dating early on, she wants me to go to her gym with her. Right?
Okay.
So I go and we're hanging out. We'd only been together for like a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, over the loudspeaker of the gym, someone's like, "We need if there's a doctor in the building."
Wait, they said, "Is there a doctor in the house?"
Yes, and in the yoga studio. There was an emergency in the yoga studio.
Oh.
So my wife springs into action, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm the man here.
Yeah.
I have no skill, but I feel like I have to follow.
All right.
So I follow her, and we get up into the yoga studio, and we walk in, and my wife, she's like, "Hello," and the woman. There's a medical emergency happening. The yoga instructor goes, "Are you a doctor or are you here for yoga?"
Really?
But like it wasn't even a thought. Like my wife wasn't stressed.
True.
It was just like this calm.
And it's not even her thing, right?
Yeah, no. I mean,
So,
like she has. Every doctor has grand
skill,
medical training. Wow.
Right.
No, like base skills.
I think you just have to be a certain type of person.
So like just based on what I've seen, same with my dad. Like being a cop, like you're in a. He was just calm and
like more than happy to help.
Yeah. Except when I ate stuff that was his behind his back, in which case he would freak out. That was my bunny from Andy's Candy. Somebody's bleeding out of their face. He's got no problem. I eat his bunny. All right, let's take a break. Speaking of the cops.
Yeah, what happened?
I mean, the story starts as a standard car broken into, something was taken story.
All right.
But, there are some things you won't call the cops if they were taken.
Well, it's low, right?
Well, not even low. Like things you don't want the cops to know were stolen.
Oh.
And here's the thing. I don't even know if this is legal, but if it is legal, you don't want to look a cop in the face and be like, "Yeah, I had this." I don't think.
Oh, it's embarrassing.
Not embarrassing. It's kind of a slap in the face to law enforcement.
Oh, all right.
We'll get into it. We'll tell you what it is next here in the break room on CF. So we don't think this item is illegal.
Okay.
But it does say a lot about what you planned on doing when it comes to evading the law.
Oh.
Well, Tommy, people don't just have these for no reason.
Yeah.
And you'd want someone who stole it from you to face punishment.
Mm-hmm.
But to call the cops because someone took this would have to be just a little bit awkward.
Is it what I'm thinking it is?
Well, I'm going to tell you in a sec.
All right.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's creepy time, buddy.
Yep, creep kept coming at you just after 7. And when you first start dating someone,
Yeah.
there's a feeling out period for a bunch of stuff.
Oh, sure.
The hardest one that you've never thought of showed up in a Facebook message we got from a man named Dan earlier this week.
Oh.
Because a story we told about a band that wants an absorbent amount of money to watch them perform one time in a specific city
Yeah.
has him now wondering if he is in a relationship where gifts are going to cost what he cannot afford.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story happened out in Brighton, right on the Henrietta line.
Okay.
And it's another one of our famous break room one-line stories. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
An unknown suspect got into a locked vehicle and stole a radar detector.
I thought you were going. They still make those?
Oh, yeah, big time.
I never see them on people's dashboards anymore.
Maybe they're smaller. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. Okay.
So the suspect is still at large, but we can assume he is going fast.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, can we get a price gimme for the average radar detector? Thank you. I appreciate that. So we've had this discussion 1,000 times on the show,
Yeah.
and we always get different information. But as far as we know, radar detectors, are they legal in New York?
I think they're legal in certain states. I think, you know what, I don't know. I know they're illegal in Canada.
Okay.
Because I was with a guy that got pulled over and he got busted.
Well, plus, I mean, yeah, like you can't catch a moose is not going to catch up to a guy with a radar
That
detector.
is so true.
You know what I'm saying?
So I it must go state, maybe go state to state, but
It does
I
go
don't,
state
I don't
to
know
state.
because maybe they are.
I thought they were legal in New York.
Okay.
Anyway, the
Pretty
only
big range here.
okay, give me a middle of the road radar detector.
Okay, so like $500.
Holy crap!
Middle.
It says okay, a higher end one, like one that actually works. It sounds like can range from $400 to $600 or more. But I am seeing one that's like 70, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the thing.
What's that?
The only reason we know about this story
Yeah.
is because someone called the cops.
Mm-hmm.
But even if a radar detector is legal, and even if you want the person responsible caught for what they did, it's kind of a dick move to call the cops for a radar detector.
This is the thing I'm trying to screw you up with.
Yes.
I'm trying to avoid you.
Yes.
The only reason you would buy a radar
Because
detector
you want to break the law.
is to break the law. Thank you. Right? You want to
But you can't prove it did.
Exactly. Like that item only exists in the world to make it harder for cops to do
evade
their
the cops,
job.
yeah.
And by the way, if we're wrong, if there's some other reason they exist, 252 WCMF.
They're going to give you, just to remind me when I'm speeding and all that stuff. Every guy I knew that had a radar detector was a lead footing dick.
And did a lot of driving.
A lot of driving and a lot of lead footing. And that's the only reason they did it, because they wanted to, they wanted to do 95 on the goddamn highway.
How many people still have radar detectors?
It's like saying CB.
Yeah, I'm with you. Although I kind of want a CB.
Who would you talk to now? Nobody.
Truckers.
Do they still use them?
Yeah. What else would they use? You can't have every trucker's cell phone number on the road.
No, but I thought with like GPS and everything, you don't need anything anymore.
I was going to say,
My
because
dad
like
had
they
a
have
CB
those apps now where people pinpoint where like cops are hiding out.
Oh, like Waze and stuff.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
Yeah. But that's
yeah,
what
why
it
would
was.
you? Breaker. Hey, good buddy. Who's talking?
My dad had one.
Yeah, and everybody had one of those stupid handles.
I want a handle. You don't want a handle?
Where you at, sweet thing?
Wait, how'd you know my handle? Look, here's the thing, all right? If you call the cops,
Yeah.
you look this officer in the face
Yes.
and say, I would like this thing that I use to avoid the consequences of my actions from you back, please. The balls you would have to have. I don't have those balls.
No, you're a jerk.
I ain't called. Yeah.
First of all, if you own one, you're a jerk.
Okay.
You are. What else would you be but a jerk? You're a speeding jerk.
Again, I don't know if there are other reasons why people would have a
What
radar
would
I
that
detector.
can't think
reason
of
be?
one.
I don't know, but I've never owned one. I've known guys that own them, and those guys were dicks, but it doesn't mean that all dicks own radar detectors. Not all radar detector owners are dicks. Is that the equation?
I disagree with that, but let's go with that. I say you a speed jerk.
Oh, here's the other thing, too,
Yeah.
right? Like with this radar detector being stolen in Brighton, this guy calling the cops, and he must have called the cops because he sent a police report.
Mhm.
I would also assume if I called the cops, like, hey, help me find my radar detector, They're not going to work as hard as they
No,
can.
Or they're not going
Why
to give
would
it
they?
back once they find it.
Or it's broken. Yeah, I found it broken. Hey, look, it looks like somebody stepped on it.
Hey, hello, sir. We found this thing that makes you way more dangerous, and we'd like to give it back to you. All right. Radar detector aside.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Give me the top 3 legal things that you would not call the cops for if it were stolen.
Because it would be embarrassing.
Embarrassing,
In
what
front of
it
a cop?
says to the cop. Top 3 things. I'll start. Let me kick one off.
All right.
Bong, pipe, something to smoke weed with.
Oh, yeah, but it's not paraphernalia, but not the actual drug.
Well, even like marijuana is legal. Like,
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, look, if I had under 3 ounces of pot and it was stolen, I would feel more comfortable calling the cops for that than like a bong, a pipe, or something. Because that paraphernalia is legal, but it still feels kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like it's like you're going to be judged for having it.
I mean,
look at this degenerate.
Okay, maybe it's us growing up, like you
Yeah.
had to know, like you got to hide that pipe in a sock underneath your dashboard mat. And like some of those bongs and stuff can go for hundreds of dollars.
Oh, I'm sure.
Some of that stuff can be expensive for sure.
But like, can you imagine like trying to stand in front of the cop?
And having to explain your custom bong.
Yes, right? It's got a jester's face on it, and the glass, the hat gets pulled out. It was blown. 3 feet tall, purple horn.
I guess anything that lets you have fun, right? But you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, give me another example.
Well, something you could hide.
Oh, stuff you would hide.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of, because like drinking would be another thing,
Well-
right? But you're,
I don't know. Would you feel weird if somebody stole 5 bottles of whiskey out of the back of your car? I mean, that's not inappropriate. You weren't drinking it in the car.
no, why you got 5 bottles of
Well, what
whiskey?
about-
Because it's you and it's COVID.
True.
What about a story we just talked about this week?
What?
It was all this stuff that was stolen out of the hotel room.
Sex toys.
And we're assuming it was some type
Oh.
of sex toys or like kink stuff. And you would have to explain that
Yeah.
to an officer.
Yeah,
I know
'cause
it's totally above board and everything, but like you
That's
would
a
have to
good one.
tell them what they're looking for and what it's used for, why you want it back.
You remember when I used to have all that porn in my car that we used to give away for
All right,
prizes
porn.
from but I had a whole big box, and there was probably at least 100 porn DVDs in my car.
All right, so let's say that those porn DVDs average $40 a shot.
Easily.
So that's $4,000 worth of porn.
With the pornography in the trunk of my car, that isn't even mine, it's the station's.
Yeah, that's what everybody said. No,
Yes.
sir, I work at a radio station.
Hey, none of them are all sticky. They were all brand new.
Would you call the cops if somebody stole $4,000?
I'd have to, because I got to go back to, because the company that gave them to me is expecting me to give them away as prizes. What do I tell them?
All right, so I'll be.
I got to call Smoking Bill up on Lyle Video News, quality joint.
All right, so I'll be the cop. You
Yeah.
be the guy. 911.
Yes.
Oh yeah, so you had something stolen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What was it?
Pornography.
Okay. How much pornography?
It was about 100 DVDs.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna need to do because we have to look for this, sir, and there's pornography all over.
I have some of the titles.
I'm gonna
too.
need you to describe to me what the DVDs. are.
One of them was called Pat's Mom.
This isn't fun
not even
anymore.
creative.
Yeah, it's stupid.
The next one was Pat's Mom Part 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Well, Tommy's got a 3-day weekend with a microphone in front of his face. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story that happened in Brighton. A man called the cops after someone broke in his car and stole his radar detector. And we believe that's legal in New York State.
Yeah.
But even if it's legal, you call the cops. Hey, man, get this thing back that I used to not get with you.
What if it was stuff that had to do with your job? Like, let's say you have a side hustle where like you dress up for like kids' parties.
Oh,
and
clown.
Somebody
Or a
stole
fairy.
all your like equipment and uniforms and stuff. Like, well, one of them was a high-end Spider-Man costume. Like, it's not dirty or gross or illegal, but it might be a little embarrassing to explain why you have all these costumes.
I'll call on that.
Our buddy Tiny,
Yeah.
who did kids shows, he used to dress up like a bear and read kids stories.
Yeah.
And he'd had to have that bear
Yeah.
costume constantly in the back of his trunk of his car.
Well, but like I admire people. You say what you want about clowns or whatever. I admire people that do that stuff for the happiness of. I don't think you should be ashamed of that.
But you still gotta,
but when you
like-
have to describe it.
gotta break it
as
down.
as an adult to
you had to come up,
somebody.
like,
yeah.
what's the value of your bear costume or your jester outfit?
You would know exactly what it is because you paid for the
Yeah.
bear costume.
And
I'm
it's
sure.
probably expensive.
Yeah, Tiny's a big dude. That's a lot of bear fabric.
It is.
Tiny. It was an ironic nickname.
Yeah. It was very snug on him.
In real life, he was actually very big.
Yes.
No, I mean, the only thing I'm not calling on is stuff that's immoral. Does that make sense?
Well,
Okay.
that's very subjective too.
And that
Like,
could
what's
be
your moral?
expensive.
I mean, pornography to some people, like me, I could care less.
I understand, but you said you wouldn't call the cops. if it was your pornography.
Yeah.
Right? You wouldn't call the cops for a bong. You're right. Morality is subjective. But you have a gauge, even if you participate in this stuff and don't feel ashamed of what other people feel about it.
Okay.
Right? It is amazing that this guy was either he really wanted this radar detector back or was completely oblivious to what it looked like when he made that call to get it back from the cops.
All right.
I don't know.
I mean, there's weird like subcultures too of people that they're completely above board, but like they're into weird stuff, and if some of that weird stuff was in your car.
Talk about like furries.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, see, that's a group of people who I think isn't aware enough where that would be embarrassing.
Yeah, and I don't think,
My Fox costume with the crotch cut out was stolen. So I could have sex with people dressed as a fox, which was not as popular with the kids.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
A little creepy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Not dressed as a fox with the crotch cut out creepy, but still pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Also, we told you earlier this week there is a band that nobody thought would ever play together again that is getting back together.
Yeah.
But they're not going on tour. They're doing a very special show, which is bending over their fans who want to go see them. It turns out sharing that story with everybody that listens may have ruined one man's life, or at least his relationship, because this is pretty new, at least according to the Facebook message we get from Dan here. And he was under the impression that he was not in a relationship where gifts were going to cost this much.
Damn.
And that is one of the things you never think about when you start dating somebody. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We married men complain all the time about gifts for our spouse.
Yeah.
But we may actually have it better than a specific type of man. A man who, Tommy, at one point, we all were.
Yeah.
Because when things are new and you're just getting to know someone,
Oh, yeah.
you're not sure what the gift expectations are.
Mm-hmm.
Something a listeners of ours, thanks to our show, is now extremely worried about. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy, what's going on?
You are so gross.
You are welcome.
I just meant in general. But you also say gross things.
Well, thank you.
Kimmy collects all the stuff that falls out of your mouth, which is common for guys your age.
Mm-hmm.
She mashes it all together, all the disgusting things that Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
Like, you know those ancient balls and stuff like that?
Oh, you're talking about your genitals? Oh, what do you mean?
Your mom had a conversation with him last night. Like this.
Two guys good at area codes.
Put us on a game show. Talk about my mom's butt making noises in the Auburn prison with her firm body. Yeah, I had a whole box of porn I couldn't sell.
You can sell porn in Grudge.
You can?
I mean, I've seen Playboys.
I'm talking like squirty porn.
You could have just said, like, not tasteful or
No,
something.
somebody was tasting something.
Oh, my
This one.
God.
Yeah, she had a mouthful, but I had a whole box of squirt, man. Like you need a farm.
Is your mouth okay?
It was last night.
Shut up.
I was doing some farming and some plowing.
I'm Pat's mom.
Go sit on my lap. You can't imagine how many birds have been on this lap. Like all of them, man.
Seems
I'm
like a
telling
weird
you
thing
right
to say
now.
to your grandkids.
Oh, he's Mick Jagger. He says what he
Yeah,
wants.
I can say whatever I want. I can sue you too. Get out of my lap. Respect my lap.
You didn't have to say it.
No,
in a
you always
sentence.
say. You
I was
always
trying
say,
to walk it through without getting dumped, and then here you come as
You
a
always say
sledgehammer.
my mom gets damp when she sees you. So why would she be dry? Unless you're not doing your job.
I don't need. Shut up.
Shit.
I don't ever remember getting a thank you card to my house. The
No,
first,
wait. Your mother sent me a thank you card the other night. Oh, yeah. She was very thankful. She was
Kimmy-
in that calligraphy thing.
What? Say that again.
Calligraphy
Got
thing.
that? Was she
Calligraphy.
teaching you English? You dumbass.
Well, she said her hand hurt. My hand's so tired.
Hurry.
Thank you.
Harry Crutas.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Earlier this week,
What happened?
we told you how Bon Jovi is getting back together to perform for the first time in years. But there's a catch. They're not going on tour. They are doing a private, secret event. And the only way you can go to this show is to buy this massive package built around it. The show is in June. There is a party, some gifts, a ticket to the show at a secret location in Nashville, and they make you spend 3 nights at a hotel in the city. And the cost to attend is around $2,500 per person.
Damn.
And you get one concert. There is no way to only buy a ticket to the show. And we talked about how ridiculous this was, right? And how this might be a sign of the times of what could be going on in the future. Well, yesterday, we got a Facebook message from a man named Dan. And Dan writes,
Yeah.
my girlfriend and I were listening in the car when you were talking about the private Bon Jovi show. Both of us like Bon Jovi, and her birthday is in June. She mentioned that night how we should see if we can go on this trip for her birthday as a nice getaway.
That's 5 G's
Yeah.
before you've had anything to eat. Or you have flow. Wait, there's no airfare.
No, you got to pay for flight.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Dan goes on.
Yeah.
We've only been dating a few weeks. We haven't gotten each other gifts yet.
Wait, they're not even like a month into this
He
thing?
said a few weeks. That could be
Man.
6 weeks. That could be a month.
All right.
He goes on. Dan says, quote, I'm not poor, but I don't have $5,000, which you figured out would be more with the flights, just to blow on a trip to Nashville for a concert.
Right.
I didn't think she was high maintenance, but now I'm worried she's going to expect really expensive gifts for holidays and birthdays, something I don't want to and really can't do. And he goes on from there.
Yeah.
But that's all we really need for this conversation. So also for context, Dan looks like he's in his early 40s.
Okay.
So they're not kids. Like, these are
Right,
grown-ass
yeah,
people.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
they're Bon Jovi fans also. I
Yeah.
don't know how many 19-year-old Bon Jovi fans
Yeah.
are out there. How do you know what to spend on the first gift you get your partner?
Well, you can't go too high because you set the expectations too high.
Oh, you should tell that to every man that ever existed.
But you can't go. You got to go low.
We always go high. We always
But it's always a mistake.
Okay, but you say it. We keep doing it.
Because you can't follow yourself.
Yes, understood. But like, let's say again, by some wave of a magic wand, you were single and you started dating somebody new. You would go over the top with her first gift.
It's stupid. But this is ridiculous.
Okay, I agree with that. But here's the thing.
And she came up with this idea.
Well, it says that they listened in the car together,
Right.
which, how cute is that?
Yeah.
Couples bonding over the
All
break
right.
room, but brought it up later. I mean, you never think about it, but that can be, that first gift, a make or break moment
Oh, yeah.
for your relationship. Because Dan brings up a good point. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You have no idea what they're expecting.
All right.
And you may not want to ask too much about what they want, because if they tell you what they actually want and you can't afford it, either you are spending way outside your means or you are going to disappoint this person that you like enough where you're dating.
Yeah. So you remember when I was dating that chick from Kentucky?
Yeah.
Yep.
And she was like, rich. And I was the opposite of rich.
Sure, yeah.
She was used to a certain style of living.
Right. So when I came back, I just started dating this chick, and I get back to Florida. She sends me a gift package just out of the kindness of her heart.
Yeah.
It had like cigars in it. It had like high-end ground coffee and this other stuff that I dug, and it was out of the blue. And I don't know what she spent on it.
Damn.
It had like a note in it, all class wrapped and everything.
Aw.
This is way over my head, bro. I ain't got this kind of bank. What do you do?
So what did you do?
I had to go within my means. I was riding plastic that was out of date. I was in trouble. And I had to go low.
So what did you do?
Way less. So for her birthday.
This is
I
about
saw-
to get sad.
So I'm
everybody.
on the road, and we got nothing to do all day. We're walking around these shops, and everything.
Yeah.
I got her a jar of thoughts.
Oh, I remember this story.
So every day it's a jar of thoughts.
Okay.
So it's a jar
Yeah.
full of these little thoughts, and every day you pull out this piece of paper and you read it. It's supposed to inspire you.
Not even my thoughts.
Somebody else's thoughts.
Well, you don't want my thoughts, man.
Poured,
Okay.
poured,
Yeah.
poured.
I can give you some credit because you knew you couldn't afford something, so you tried to do what you thought was a thoughtful gift.
And this thing was
Literally.
like $50, and my budget for food a day was $3. She flipped out.
Oh.
She was upset.
She said, it's a jar of paper. Like, she told me to my face, this gift sucks.
She was right.
And she still dated you after that.
Yeah.
Engaged. She
I
married.
know.
She was ready to marry the man.
Yeah, but she what do you want from me, man? I couldn't find out the high end stuff she likes and wrap it up. I don't have that kind of bank.
Well, but here's the thing. You were in the best case scenario, because the best case scenario in a new relationship is your birthday, if you're a man, because the only thing you're going to get where you're only getting a gift is your
Right.
birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Your birthday is first.
Came first.
Yeah, because now you are aware of where the line is.
Well,
But she
that's what
did
I
this
was
out of
thinking.
By the way, this wasn't a birthday.
Oh, you're right. It
She
came
did that just out of the goodness of her heart, just like, I love you, I like you. Here's this beautiful box of everything you enjoy, and I come back with a jar of paper.
See, I would have broken up with her right there. I can't. I can't compete. I know I can't compete.
Bro, I needed to use her for other things, bro.
I don't know why you're whispering.
I don't know
The microphone
either.
broadcasts you all over the world.
But you understand the position I am
I
in.
do.
You know,
I do.
I needed that spot. It was strategically located in the middle of the country for a reason.
I think that there are some factors here
Oh,
that
yeah.
are going to make your life easier or harder depending on what time of year this falls.
Oh.
Because to your point, your first gift could fall on Christmas. Your first gift could fall on like a birthday or a holiday. Like, let's say you're dating somebody who's a mom and Mother's Day is coming up. Like there are certain holidays that are going to make things more complicated and maybe require different levels of gifts.
Are you supposed to get a gift for Mother's Day for a woman?
I'm just dating you.
I mean, I would,
They're
right?
a mother, but it's not your kid.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do
no.
that.
No?
Are you
No.
supposed
You wouldn't
to?
get her like flowers or something?
No, we're just dating.
Isn't that kind of disrespectful to the father of her kid?
Well, but she's a mom.
But you're not the mom to my kid.
Yeah, that's a
That
completely
came out
separate.
harsher than I wanted
did.
it to.
No, but that's a complete. No, you're right. That's a separate issue.
Let's say you've
I'm
been
not-
dating for a few months.
No.
I wouldn't want to. I'm like, if Dad's still in the picture and like they have a good relationship with the kid, I wouldn't. That would be
So you
disrespectful.
just kind of ignore Mother's Day?
But
Yes.
I mean, I'm asking. I don't know.
I would ignore her Mother's Day.
I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want that guy to think like I'm moving in on his like child territory.
Right.
Although I've never been in that situation.
But if you're a dad, let's say you're a dad and you're dating, is she supposed to step up for Father's Day and get you a watch?
That does sound like something a woman
yeah,
would
she
do.
would.
Though. Yeah.
I bet you she would.
I would be shocked.
You take it though.
Oh, yeah, pawn it, too.
Do
That's a good one.
25 WCMF. We're talking about this guy. His name is Dan. He writes us a Facebook message after this story about Bon Jovi getting back together, playing one private show, but they're making their fans buy this entire package to go. You can't buy an individual ticket. Nights at a hotel. You have to go to Nashville, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, it's $2,500 base, like just to get in. He was in the car with his girlfriend, said they've been dating a couple of weeks. They heard it together. She mentioned that night. She wants to do this for her birthday.
It's too soon.
And he is afraid that she is someone who is expecting expensive gifts that he says, quote, I'm not poor, but I don't have the $5,000 to just blow on a trip to Nashville for the concert. And he goes on from there.
And you don't want to do a high-end vacation right out the gate with someone you're just dating. Like, you don't even really know this person yet, and you're going to go off and, like, spend that kind of money. That's like a trip of a lifetime you're going to do with somebody who may not be in your life in 10 years.
Yeah, but you would get to know them really well.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like,
It's going to cost you $5 Gs.
but
I don't
is
need
it
to know
something
you that
wanted
well.
to do?
I wouldn't want to take a high-end vacation with somebody that soon.
You know what's funny? Like you say high-end vacation. It's not a high-end vacation, but it's
just
priced like a
expensive,
high-end
yeah.
vacation.
Right.
Because you're right.
It's a short trip, really.
I mean, like for $5,000, you could go to Europe with somebody.
Yeah.
Like and like
No,
on
you could take a. You
on
could take
the
a.
nice.
Oh yeah.
And this
The
is
Europe.
going to see Bon Jovi on Broadway in Nashville.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never do that.
I'm sorry, Kimmy. As we were talking about, like, what holidays and dates would be the best and the worst. Like, the Mother's Day is complicated. Valentine's Day, there's a range.
Yeah.
Christmas would be the worst case scenario
For
the first gift.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I tell you guys a story?
Yeah.
All right, so I was dating this girl. I was like 19, and I thought it was like casual. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we're kind of just hanging out. So, but we're gonna exchange Christmas gifts. So I spent like $25. I went to Walmart. I got her a DVD of the movie Step Up 2.
I don't even know what the
Did
hell
you get
that
from
is.
the bin?
I got it for the bin. It was for the bin. It was the sequel to the movie Step Up.
Do you
Okay.
even know if she liked Step Up 1?
She was into dancing, or there was something that
So
like
it was a girl
You
movie.
like
Oh, yeah.
dance. Here's the discounted version.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. And then I got her a pair of slippers. She got me a $200 Bill sideline parka.
No.
Bam.
Like the nicest coat up to that point I had ever owned.
no.
It was one of the most embarrassing moments of my
Well,
life.
here's your first part of your gift. The other part's in the mail.
Kimmy, I didn't know. We weren't even like, I mean, we were kind of exclusive. I don't know.
Yeah, but she went way overboard.
Well, but here's the thing.
Yeah.
I didn't even try and lie. I was just
Yeah.
like, thank you for the coat, which, by the
Would-
way, I had until I met my wife. Like, I wore it
Oh.
for years after I met my wife.
Yeah.
What was her reaction?
She was not happy. We didn't
Because
last too
there's-
much longer.
There are some people who just really go above and beyond for gifts.
It's usually girls.
No matter who they're buying for.
And that's women.
And they may sometimes those people are they're bad at accepting gifts. Not bad, but like they feel uncomfortable if you try to match it.
Okay, but if I don't try to match it, I feel like a little boy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, I'm going to take care of these things.
Yeah. But like some people, to your point, want to be known as the good gift
Yeah,
giver.
yeah, and
And
they
you
don't
don't wanna-
want you to
Yeah.
get something more than what they got.
That is true. And I think I nailed that with that jar of paper.
Yeah, maybe you should open up the first one. Thought one, don't do this. Rob writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us during the show. He says, note to self, don't ever take gift advice from Tommy and Duffy. Being broke is better than being smothered with a pillow while I sleep. She's going to murder you for a bad gift.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the best way to find out where their head is at
Yeah.
is you get the first gift, right? And even if it's over the top,
So you dropped the first.
No,
gift.
I'm
you're
saying you are receiving.
receive,
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Yeah.
here's the thing. Even if it's over the top, they have laid down where their expectations are. So you now have the ability to say either I like them enough where I'm going to match this,
Yeah.
whatever they spent is what I can afford, or I have gotten a great gift and I know it's time to cut bait and run.
And you also got to understand, like, you got to look at that gift a little bit deeper than it's expensive. Like, how much thought they put into it. You
Well-
have to, because that's what she's thinking. Like, when I got that box of stuff that I dug, like, she barely knew me.
Yeah.
But she knew me well. Like, she knew what I liked already.
Here's the thing.
And she dropped it, but, like, I didn't know anything. And I'm sure she told me stuff that I didn't even listen to.
You're not a complicated man.
No.
Oh, like porn and cigars and drinking.
Yeah, no porn.
And cheating on you, but I haven't told you that yet.
But if you haven't even done that, she's going to get just because you buy a gift doesn't mean it's going to work. Because if you didn't put any, she's going to want to know you put thought into it.
Understood.
Do you? Because you sound like you're blowing it off, like you just think big shiny gift's going to satisfy her. I don't think so.
I think you're right that she does want some thought put into it, but I think if it's still an expensive, like she knows you spent money on it, it's gonna help.
Yeah, but you got to spend a serious amount of money to get that kind of like thank you.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
happening.
Would you rather, if you're the first to receive the gift,
Yeah.
would you rather that gift be a super expensive gift or a super thoughtful gift, but not as expensive? Because that's gonna complicate it more for you down the road than the actual price of the gift.
Thoughtful. Easy.
Well, we're keeping the price down.
Yeah, no, that's just it.
Keeping the price down, but now because she put so much thought into it, now the pressure's on you.
Does suck.
I can fake emotion. I can't fake a bank account. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can't. You also can't fake. I thought
Thoughtful
this
gift.
through. If it doesn't hit the mark, you know what I mean?
It is easier to sit for a
I
couple.
thought you liked Diet Coke, baby.
Every woman likes Diet Coke.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to blow up.
It's easier to sit for a few hours to come up with something thoughtful.
Yeah.
Than it is to make that money you don't have.
Yeah, that's true.
I will take thoughtful gift
All
over
right.
expensive gift
right.
any day of the week.
Yeah.
It is funny though, like there is another weird catch-22 because as much as we say like, oh, these gifts are expensive, we can't take it. Everybody wants nice things.
Oh, sure.
So like, if you got the thoughtful gift, there's the relief of like, okay, I don't have to spend a ton of money, but this sucks.
Yeah, now I got to do something with this gift that I have
Exactly.
no use for.
And yes, you have to show them that you love it, right? Like the expensive gift, like, oh crap, but like, look at this pretty cool thing I got.
Yes.
We got Instagram messages coming in again. You can always get us at Duffy on WCMF. Brian writes us, you know what the other one makes. That should give you an idea of what to expect for gifts that you're
Well,
dating.
how would I know what I make? I'm just starting to date them. I don't know what they make.
Well, if you know what their job is.
I didn't know. This girl I'm talking about, I didn't know what she had a job, but I couldn't tell you what she made. I just knew she was a rich girl.
Okay.
But
you knew she was rich.
I knew she was rich, but I didn't even know what that meant. You know what I mean? I couldn't put a dollar amount on somebody's job.
Kimmy, you don't think that you can know up like pretty early on in a relationship how much money they make based on what they drive, where they live, what they do? What they
maybe
wear?
You think you have an idea, I guess.
How they
Well, I
like-
mean, you know what level of, like, what quality stuff they like, so I
Okay.
guess it doesn't even really matter what they do or how much they make. If that's what they're into, then that says a lot.
Well, going down that road,
Yeah.
some folks are raised in families that no matter how dire the financial situation has been, they always do big
up a
gifts.
front.
Yeah.
Like they'll ride plastic, they'll do layaway, they'll find a way to
They
make
step
sure.
up.
Yeah, their kid got the Christmas, birthday, whatever they deserve. And if you end up hooking up with a person that was raised like that, they'll still expect those kinds of gifts, even if you ain't got it.
Yeah, and that sucks.
And you won't know that until that first gift-giving moment. All right, so he doesn't ask for advice here, Dan, but like, I mean, obviously don't spend the money to take her to see Bon Jovi in Nashville.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
put yourself in
ridiculous.
debt.
Yeah, you got to bail.
Is this enough to walk away?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, what if you had a reasonable conversation? Like, look, I don't think we should be spending this much money on each other right
I don't even like Bon Jovi.
I don't want to be in the middle of a beginning of a courtship. Not even a courtship yet, and we're talking about budgets and finance. That's what you do when you're serious and you're like buying a house or moving in together.
This should still be the fun period of your relationship.
I don't want to talk money with you right now, woman.
So I think we just made a massive mistake, and I don't know how I didn't think about this.
Go ahead.
We got a Facebook message from Sarah. She says, didn't that Facebook message say they listened to the show together? Did he want her to know what he wrote you?
Well, he sent it to us. What do I care?
I didn't ask him if he wanted.
What? Wait, you didn't do what?
I didn't ask him.
To do what?
He didn't say, like, go on the air. I didn't ask
Well,
him.
why did he write you?
I don't know. Maybe he just wanted advice or he wanted to talk about the. Oh, no.
Whoops.
Wait, he didn't want this out?
I don't know.
Maybe she didn't catch it today.
He didn't say he didn't want
Well,
it
we
out.
didn't say any names.
No, we did. I
Well,
said his name.
Even
What's his
if you
name?
didn't say the name, I think it's a pretty specific situation
What was his
we're
name?
talking
I'm not
about.
gonna say- no, I don't want to say it anymore.
Oh, just say the name.
Dan.
Don't say it, for
Shut
God's
up, you
sake.
stupid.
A lot of Dans out there.
Bon
A lot
Jovi's
of
a very.
yeah.
You don't think? I'm sure many people from this area love Bon Jovi and are going to that show.
Yeah, probably.
Many Dans.
Well, Sarah, thanks for ruining our fun.
Yeah.
Oops.
Let's take a break.
Well, maybe you did him a favor.
Don't say that now if they're listening.
No, now it's definitely over.
He seems like a nice guy. He was concerned enough.
Well, we got him out of going.
Well, no. I mean, he was concerned enough about this relationship where he wanted someone else's advice. He didn't just cut and run.
He's going to thank us in the long run.
Don't.
He will.
Or never listen to us again.
He'll come to Bill Gray's and thank us. Maybe throw us a gift card.
Or punch you in the face.
Yeah, when's Tommy going?
I don't know yet.
Let's take a break. All right, speaking of sports and punching in the face.
What happened?
Well, look, man, it's been 5-6 years now that there's been a shortage of youth sports officials, not only in the greater Rochester area, but across the country.
Okay.
And
refs.
Yes, all of the campaigns they've done to get people in, all of the, hey, stop being a dick stuff they've done for parents, right?
Yeah.
It has not worked. And we have now reached threat level midnight.
Why?
Well, the state of New York is ready to get involved. And on the surface...
Put troopers on the field?
On the surface, this seems like, although an extreme idea, an idea that might work. But when you really start to think about it, it gets more complicated.
Oh.
And we'll tell you what the plan might be in New York State to ensure that folks that are reffing kids' sporting events stay safe.
You know, there's another option here, too.
Oh.
There is.
Well,
but we're just so goddamn spoiled.
We're going to get Tommy's option. We'll do it next year in the break room. Let's see that. It's sad it's come to this point.
Oh.
And maybe, Tommy, it's the only way to actually get folks to change their ways.
Yeah.
But if your kid plays sports, based on what we've all seen, it's not likely. Folks have a hard time keeping their mouths shut. And it's not like the presence of the law has stopped them from doing this in the past.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, couple of things.
Well.
First off, happy Good Friday to everybody.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, I forgot a lot of people have the day off today, right? So if you're not up yet, you can't hear us.
Banks
are
closed.
Yeah, all that stuff. Can't go to the bank this morning. But we have something to give you starting next week.
Oh, nice. We get
Hart is coming to CMAC on August 29th. Tickets go on sale Thursday, April 24th. That is a week from yesterday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. But you can listen to us in the break room weekday mornings starting on Monday for your chance to win your way in. So if you want to see Hart, make sure you're up and early, ready to listen on Monday morning. Also, just after 7:45, he's back, baby.
Who's back?
He is so back, and Bills fans are so happy. And I feel like you two are going to be rain clouds. I feel like you're going to be rain clouds.
Why? I don't even know what you're talking
And
about.
I am not. I will not tolerate it. I'm letting you know right now.
I'm not tolerating
I will not.
Maybe we should talk about it then.
I'm not tolerating it.
All right.
We'll get to it. I will not tolerate it.
I'll be cool.
Just after 7:45. Here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
The problem, harassment of youth sports referees by parents.
Yeah.
And it is a monster problem. It's to the point, and we've talked about this in the past, where schools and leagues are coming up way short finding folks that are willing to do the job because the money that they get paid is simply not worth the abuse that they've been taking.
Yeah.
So the new solution,
Yeah.
the law.
The law? What's that?
A New York State Assemblyman has introduced legislation to make it illegal to harass or assault youth sports officials.
So, but that's
That has to be said out loud.
but like that's loose interpretation of what's harassment
true.
and what's my opinion.
Okay, so put a pin in that. We'll loop back around. This bill, if folks were convicted, would not only face expulsion from events and suspension from future games, but actual criminal charges.
Damn, so you got hauled into court.
You got it. And the reason for this, lawmakers say it's been far too long that this has been going on at youth sporting events, and there isn't any actual legislation short of, like, if you punch someone, you go to jail that covers these events. They believe this is the key to significant change. So before we get into what you brought up, because that is a valid point, I want to ask you, would this law change what is...
No, man.
Not at all?
No. This law already kind of exists if you were abusing and assaulting people. These laws are already on the books.
All right, so assault, yes.
But abuse and acting like being a public nuisance, it's all there. Nuisance.
And they've always been able to kick parents out of games. I mean, we've seen that.
Yeah, but okay, so there are parents, and it's weird, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Most people, you would think, would be mortified by the idea of being thrown out of a youth sporting event.
Never are.
There are some parents that, like, kind of take pride in it.
They stand up.
And well, they think everybody's on their side, too.
Defend my child.
I'm just speaking up for everybody else here.
Yes.
No, but I mean, when I say take pride, I take it even further. Like we'll recount stories of them being kicked out of their kids' games.
for
like,
sure.
This is how much I care. So you brought up a valid point about harassment.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I'm saying that's a very what's the legal term of harassment or my opinion?
Kimmy,
that's a judgment call.
Can you Google? Well, I mean, these are referees are pretty good at judgment calls.
Yeah.
Can you Google what the definition of harassment is in New York State?
Where I could be arrested for it.
Thank you. Yes. Because, like, the person, whoever put this assembly bill up, it sounds like maybe they're not sports parents. Because if you are a sports parent, you know that the threat of an arrest does not stop a lot of parents from going off anyways.
No.
Like, if your kid has played sports long enough, you have watched someone in the stands get the cops called on them. For example, my daughter, they played in their state hockey tournament a couple weeks ago. The game started at 8 a.m. at the Northtown Center in Buffalo.
Yeah.
By 8:30, there were 5 cops going into another rink for what I assume was a parent issue.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I didn't hear it. But half an hour into the tournament, there were 5 cops at the rink.
Yikes.
Parents risk arrest by not leaving when they're being told. They risk arrest by getting into physical altercations with other parents.
Yes.
What this law, if it passes, may not account for is how in the moment, the parents that would cause the most problems, like you said, don't feel like they're doing anything wrong.
Right.
And they'll make the argument that they're protecting their kid and there's nothing you can say to them that's going to get them to change their mind.
Right.
So, Kimmy, do we have an official definition?
We do.
Okay.
In New York, harassment is defined as actions taken with the intent to harass, threaten, seriously annoy, or alarm another person.
Serious annoy.
All right, well,
That
it
can
turns out-
involve physical contact, following someone, or engaging in a course of conduct that causes fear of injury.
Okay. So that person would have to be afraid for their safety.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I go off on a quick tangent?
Oh, yeah.
How do you have a definition of something where the word is in the definition
Yes.
that I'm
The
looking
intent
for?
to harass.
Yeah, well, that doesn't
With
help
the
me.
intent to harass.
What is harassment? It's harassment. Oh, thank you.
When you come over to harass me, that's what it means.
All right, so you say this does nothing.
No.
Kimmy, would you agree with Tommy?
Yeah, I think that the threat of that has always been there for people, and it doesn't stop them. If embarrassment alone doesn't stop them, then I don't think this will.
All
So
right,
you got to throw it back to the parents.
Okay, what do you mean by this?
Well, what I mean is, let's say you're youth hockey, right?
Yeah.
And you have X amount of parents.
You got it.
right?
Yeah.
And you're just cruel to the refs.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. So the parents are going to referee these games, and you all can go take a course if your kid plays, and you can rotate around your schedules. But these parents can now ref these games.
You can't force a parent to ref a game.
Yes, I can, because your kid doesn't play unless you go take the course and you agree to it, or your kid doesn't play. Listen, if you want your kids to play, and we can't afford to nobody wants to ref your kid, you do it.
Okay.
It's your kid, and it's your. You have all the investment here.
Doesn't say they're going to do it well.
I could care less whether your kid plays hockey or not. That's on you.
All right, but see, here's the thing. Now, I
Every
appreciate that
penalty
you're
is going to be on their kid.
exactly. I appreciate your brains moving, and
I
I
like
get
it.
the thing.
Because those parents will
hey,
think
we're just
twice.
brainstorming here.
Yes.
We got some ideas for
I
one.
think the parents would start thinking way differently if they had to go take a course.
I thought there was like a thing where schools were going to make parents take a course.
No, but you're going to go ref. Your ass is going to now do this, and you parents can rotate it however you want.
I'm going to ask you one question. I want you to think this through before you yell.
I never do.
Okay. If this person has no problem, this parent yelling at a referee or threatening them or whatever to the point where they're arrested, you think that they would be ashamed to be on the ice where they could make every call in favor of their child?
That's fine.
Unless you refed a different game.
Because either you care about your kids' sports or you don't. But you've got nobody to bitch to anymore.
Okay.
When the league collapses, you've got all these problems. You caused it, man.
Well, I mean, we are at that point.
You can't finger point to anybody else anymore. It's all on you.
We are at the point where games are getting moved, games are getting canceled because they simply don't have enough people. But, Tommy, that hasn't stopped them.
And what else are you going to do?
All right, so
What do they do in poor countries? Like where they don't have enough referees. The kids just play themselves.
kids just go play. And look,
Right. But they're organized.
yeah.
Like these these kids that
pickup
play in
games.
these soccer leagues in these poor countries don't have all this stuff, and they do it they almost self-regulate.
Look, I have argued in the past, and I don't mean to sound like an old man on a mountain of garbage, but the thing that sucks about youth sports now is these kids just don't get to go play. Like, when we were growing up, you just went in the backyard and played. You went to the park and played, right? I had hours
Well, maybe we need to go back to that.
But no, there's too much money in youth sports. It's never going back to that.
I wonder remember during the pandemic when parents were essentially like kind of held out of a lot of sporting events, or they would only allow like one parent in or something. I forgot what the rules were, but I wonder if the kids enjoyed that more to the point where like it made like everybody's like, oh, this is nice, like was the average coach, player, referee, like was that almost bliss for them? Or was that like this is how it's supposed to be?
So that's also a weird catch-22. So I would imagine that the coaches and referees enjoyed it, and I get it.
Yeah.
Right? So like I told you guys a story. During my daughter's hockey season, the Bills' first playoff game against the Broncos just happened to fall on one of the most important games of the season my daughter had.
Yeah.
And it was down the street. She was playing in Buffalo from the stadium. And I don't want to ever miss my daughter's games, but the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I always assumed that my daughter was embarrassed by me there.
Yeah.
And I had asked her, I go, do you mind if I miss this game?
Yeah.
And she was like taken aback and bothered by it.
Oh.
To the point where I had to do the double game that day. So I don't know, Kimmy, because I would have thought my daughter would be fine with me never going to one of her games again. It was eye-opening to me that she wanted me there.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, maybe it's because you had to choose between two things.
Yeah, maybe it's because you knew you're picking something else
Yeah.
instead.
Okay. All right, so you gave out your parents' referee, which again,
you take the courses. It's all on. This is your league now.
no
Enjoy.
idea is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Kimmy, what other things can we do, 252 WCMF, with the a bill in the state assembly right now that would charge with crime?
Well,
What am I doing?
Charge with crime.
Charge with crime.
Crime charge.
A
with.
law that would arrest parents for harassing officials in New York State, youth sports officials.
I mean, I would think the biggest punishment for a parent, you can't watch your kid anymore,
Ooh,
right? Like that's
banned from your child.
like that.
Go.
You can't, you can't come to games on this campus. You
Nice.
can't. That would be the ultimate punishment for a parent that is that passionate about the sport.
I mean, it is the nuclear option.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, and I say a couple of years ago, I think it was in the 80s.
Yeah.
Where there were so many issues with fans at Section 5 basketball games where they played the games in empty gyms.
Oh, yeah. And that's happened a couple of times where they've had to shut down that Section 5 and move it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I think, Kimmy, that might be the better idea here because once parents realize either A, how much they miss seeing their kids play live, or
Yeah.
B, how much they are spending to not be able to watch this. Because, again, youth sports are obscenely expensive.
Yeah.
That might be it.
All right.
But then again, it would only work for a little while. You have to bring back that punishment again. Like, you
Right.
would have to continue to keep banning parents so they remember, oh, this is why it sucks.
This is why I like letting the parents be their own governing body. Let them figure it out.
All right, well, Dylan does not like your idea.
Of course, Dylan doesn't.
He writes us again on Instagram, the easiest way to get us Duffy on WCMF. He says, early morning radio hosts might not know that a lot of parents have jobs. Postal workers, for example, work till after 5 p.m. I'm going to guess Dylan's a postal worker. Half the time, they are lucky to make it to half the game. So according to Tommy, their kids aren't allowed in sports because they can't ref. Tommy! Thomas! Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying. Or I like my other rule. Let the kids figure it out for themselves on the play. Like they do it in poor countries, and they produce some of the greatest athletes in the world.
Okay.
You get to tell me there's some kid in the Congo that plays soccer in a league that they have all this organization and snacks and all this other stuff on this pristine field. They probably lose 2 kids a year to a python.
Okay, look, you
They
also...
have pythons in the Congo?
I'm sure,
Yeah,
probably.
They got snakes.
I mean, look at it this
Yeah.
way. Well, no, because you don't want a Lord
That
of the
kid had
Flies
to def-
situation.
No,
that
but you're,
kid
but, but you're,
had to define all odds to get there, though.
but you're like overthinking this. Like you've gotten too involved.
I don't disagree
You
with
need to
that.
dial it back a little.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just think that option is not tenable. It will not happen.
I understand.
So you need a reasonable, realistic option to let the kids ref. And by the way, that's the other thing that really
that?
sucks about this. Hockey specifically, and I know this happens in basketball too.
Yeah.
There are teenagers that take these courses
Yeah.
in ref, and they've been so short on referees that my daughter has had sometimes games where kids that are slightly
Not much
older than her
older.
the refs
are
yeah.
ref in these
Yeah.
games, and these kids, you can tell they're extremely intimidated,
Right.
Right, and like they're just learning how to do this,
Right.
Yeah.
and you have these parents that are just like,
Yeah.
So when you go like let the kids do it themselves, they kind of are,
All right.
and that's a nightmare.
All right.
Like when I see a pimple-faced kid skate out onto the ice for one of my daughter's hockey games, I am afraid for that kid.
All right, I got it. I got it.
Okay,
I got it.
Here we go.
Kids, you're on your own. You ref it, you do it
Okay.
yourselves. No parents. You just go play.
Wait, without
Have
refs.
fun. Go play. You ref it yourself. You figure it out yourself, and you go.
I don't know. There's a reason there's fights at pickup basketball games.
Yeah, she's right.
Let them fight it out.
Foul!
Figure it out.
No, it wasn't.
Well, no, let him fight it out. Now
Yeah.
it's Lord of the Flies.
Not Lord of
I just said you don't want Lord of the Flies, and you go, well, how about Lord of the Flies?
It was a good movie.
Sands to your asthma. It's a book, you idiot.
Yeah,
No,
there's
they did
gonna
a
be
movie.
there's always gonna be one dick kid that calls foul on everything.
What if that kid gets beat up? He goes home and he figures it out, and he comes back and he plays nice.
My daughter's got 15. Oh, yeah, they didn't call this. They didn't call that. The car ride home. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. So there are policies in place, and I can speak about soccer. The local association has a zero tolerance policy in place.
Zero.
Where zero, exactly, and it's designed to keep the sort of thing that you guys are talking about from happening, right? Interference from the sidelines during a youth sports game. The referees, and to what you were saying, there are younger referees who are just starting out that are intimidated by the whole process. But they have the power, the referees have the power to bounce people out.
All right, so let me tell you a story, Bob. I get it, and I get that. Look, in theory, that works.
Yeah.
So I was a Little League baseball referee when I was 12 years old, and these kids were like 3 or 4 years younger than me. Bob, I had the power to throw parents out. I had to do it twice, and both of those parents refused to go to their car.
Yeah.
And I had to stand there and be like, you need to go, and I'm not going to start the game. And they're like, I don't care. And I'm 12.
Right.
What do I do, Bob?
Yeah.
What do I do?
No, I hear you. It's very intimidating, and it's unfortunate that this year the referee pool is so small that there are going to be games scheduled at scholastic level, at recreational level, at competition levels, where they're not going to be able to field any referees.
Yeah.
At many levels.
You know,
And zero
at
talent.
any level, yeah. And it's tough. You know, you
Crazy.
and it is lucrative. You know, I mean, you can make good bank.
No, he's not wrong. Hey, Bob, I got to take some more calls, but thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. I mean, there are people making $50 a game now. You work 4 or 5 games a day. Like,
right.
I mean, it's good money for a kid.
Yeah.
Paul writes us, I believe this is the hockey world we're talking. He says, Skinny Atlas tournament before Christmas. Some fathers from a visiting team that lost chased a 14-year-old ref out in the parking lot as soon as he came off the ice.
Oh, my God.
Ay, ay, ay.
14-year-old kid.
Mark has an idea to fix it.
All right.
He says, name and publicly shame bad parents. At each game, you have easels with pictures and offenses of parents that other parents can see. Shame works great for stopping antisocial behavior. Not a bad idea.
That guy's going to frame that poster
Do I
and
wanna
hang it
have-
in his garage.
Do I want to shame a hothead?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you can.
No, but it may have the exact opposite.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
It is also said that we're going to the same method we use to keep guys from using prostitutes.
And how did that work out? Prostitution way down?
Let's take one more call.
All right.
252 WCMF. Again, there is a bill in the state assembly that would make harassing youth sports officials a crime. Jay, I want to hear from you, buddy. I had like 30 seconds. What do you got for us?
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, you can't legislate decency, respect, and common sense.
Ooh.
And it isn't just the refs that are disappearing; it's also the coaches. I've seen it right here in our community that these very good and very enabled coaches are saying, "We can't do this." People are coming up to our houses at 2:00 in the morning, ringing the doorbells, screaming at us, painting people's curbs and driveways with racial slurs and things like that.
Dear God.
It's just nuts. You got to take this stuff back, and part of it might be like what Tommy said: just stop these try to be organized sports, because there isn't going to be anybody left to help make them happen.
Yeah, but again, I mean, Jay, look, you're saying all the right things. You are saying all the right things. Money makes the world go round. There is far too much money in youth sports for it to ever go backwards. So we got to find something that works, you know?
Yeah, but understood. But by the same token, if these leagues and these other, these travel teams, programs, and all these other stuff have to stop because there's no coaches and there's no referees, the only people who suffer are the kids. And at some point, you'd like to think the parents will have some kind of aha moment and say, "Yeah, we can't be part of that problem."
Hey, Jay, coming in strong. That's a good call, Jay. Thanks for the call, buddy.
All right, have a good one, guys.
There goes Jay.
What do you when you go see your kid play a game?
Yeah.
And you sit in the stands, it's free, right?
Yeah. Yes.
What if you charge?
Well,
So
they
some do.
I think they do for like high school football games. I mean, it's only a couple bucks, right?
I also found out from a lacrosse dad, there are lacrosse programs that charge parents to go watch their kids.
Well, I think
I like it.
anytime like the
Keeps
team
the
plays
a-holes
under the
out.
lights,
Money
right?
keeps the a-holes out.
does not.
When I
It
say
does
pay,
not.
I am not talking $2 a game, baby.
Bro, I'm already paying thousands
Actually,
of
no,
dollars.
I think they charge for almost every
No, I'm
high school
talking
game.
High school game.
Yeah.
jack it up. Make them pay.
Wait. Why am I, as a good parent, being charged for these other jackasses?
All right, here's how it works.
Shut up.
If you sit down and behave yourself, low price.
Yeah.
You act up, tariff. 25%, you open up your mouth again.
So they're already kind of doing that, actually?
Fine.
Make it 140% tariff on your mouth. Keep going.
So this started in youth soccer. It is now going to be a USA hockey rule
What?
this year. If you are thrown out of a game,
Mhm.
I believe they charge. It's a $500 fine.
Ooh.
Maybe it's $100.
Get back in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So long story short, your kid can't play again until the
that's a
fine is
punishment.
paid.
That's
Yeah.
a great rule. That would help. It would cut it down for sure.
I could also see a parent being stubborn enough to be like, "Well, we're not playing this sport anymore,"
And that hurts the kid.
Yeah.
The other problem is I've also seen parents get chucked out when somebody near them was yelling, and now that bill is on that parent.
But how else do you do it?
I know.
And
Look,
then-
I'm with you.
And
I'm-
that kid can go play in some trash league. What? There's probably like
There's
low
no
end.
such thing as a trash league.
Why don't you start a good trash league? Lord of the Flies trash league.
Great movie. Let's take a break.
All right.
He's back.
Who's back?
He's back, and Bills fans are over the moon, and so help me God.
You sound excited.
When I saw this yesterday, I almost cried.
Well,
I was
why
so
am I
excited.
going to not like
Because you're a dick,
Right.
and I'm looking at the way Kimmy's looking.
Queen Dick?
I will not tolerate it.
Okay.
I will not tolerate it. Next here in the break. 0% toleration. Next on CMF. What Bills fan didn't instantly have a giant smile on their face when they saw this yesterday?
So what happened?
He's beloved.
Oh.
When he was cut loose, Bills fans were legitimately forlorn. And the fact that he is now back is reason for rejoice.
This sounds like a big move.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Yesterday, sources are reporting that the Buffalo Bills have re-signed cornerback Trey White. Tre'Davious has come home.
The Trey train?
That's right.
All right.
Trey Trade's back. Trey White Goalie Academy, back open.
So why is this such a big news?
What do you mean it was such a big? He's everyone loves him. Everyone loves Tre'Davious White. Who doesn't love Tre'Davious White? He's like
the fan favorite.
He's the greatest guy ever.
I mean, he was cool when he came back, when he was playing with the Ravens.
Cool.
You know, everybody wanted. He went to see his old teammates.
He was like jumping into people's arms. He was so excited to be home during that play.
He was like a very nice guy.
They must have stepped up, backed up the money truck. Big contract.
Well, no, it was
for the Trey train.
It's 1 year.
Get a guy like this.
It's 1 year.
Wait, what? What?
1 year deal.
Uno euro?
It's one. Yes.
Did
And
you
did
just make it
zero.
zero?
He did it again.
Zero.
His mouth and
Uno
fingers do not
euro.
work in unison.
Zero tolerance from you, Trey train.
1 year deal worth with incentives up to $6.8 million.
Man, it's pretty weak.
It's pretty good for the way he's been.
No, the guy his caliber.
Why are you being a dick?
I think everybody wants the guy.
I want him. I know a lot of Bills fans who want him. Everyone was celebrating yesterday, except for a couple dicks who just wanted to be dicks. Why are you being a dick?
I don't know. I never thought of him. He doesn't come top to mind to me.
You don't bring me flowers.
Oh, anymore. Trey train.
All right, I don't care about your opinion.
Yeah.
Everybody on the Trey train.
You can't insult him and then make a fun song with his name in it. Kimmy?
Yeah.
You excited about Trey?
I think he's a great asset to the locker room.
Ooh,
but I think you have to prepare yourself because when he was here, he had a huge impact on the defensive side of things. And I don't think he's that player anymore.
How old is
So
he?
he's not coming in here to
30?
be a starter, to make a huge impact up front. And I don't know if Bills fans are prepared for that. His role isn't going to be as big as it used to be.
So he doesn't have the talent anymore.
Okay, there's two things.
I mean, we don't
Diminished.
Listen, he was slowly working his way back last season from 2 serious injuries. I mean, he had.
And it sounds like what Kimmy's saying, that potential's not there anymore.
I love how you
He may
automatically
end
trust
up
Kimmy.
0-1.
No, it was the Rams.
You're right. It was the Rams.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Both in L.A. And then he ended up signing with Baltimore to finish out the season. It is either the game is passing by and his body is too beat up, or recovering from that ACL injury takes a year, which we've seen before,
Yeah, but
and
he's
we will
older
get
than
a
Trevor.
better
Achilles.
version. Yes. Thank you.
When does that happen?
It happens all the time. In fact, the
a
Bills.
guy at that age has a big time injury and he's better than he was before.
Like I
Yeah.
said, he slowly worked his way back last season. 'Cause
Slowly.
He didn't play with the Rams all that much.
Gingerly.
And then he kind of stepped up a little bit with the Ravens towards like the second half of the
But
season.
it hurts.
It
So we
takes,
don't really know where he's at right now.
it takes a full year to recover from an Achilles.
But why this guy? Why don't you go get somebody that's fresh?
Well, because you have only an X amount of money you can spend.
But the fresh guy wouldn't he be cheaper?
No. What? You talking about a draft?
Well,
pick?
driver, somebody.
They can still draft
yeah,
a corner
that's next week.
on Thursday.
Yeah.
But they're expensive?
Well,
like
no.
lower end guy.
No, but it's a risk because you don't know how that guy's actually going to. I mean,
But it sounds like you don't know what you're
Kyrie
getting with this
Elam,
guy.
Oh my
for
God.
example.
It blows my mind that you have been on the official station of the Buffalo Bills for 32 years,
Yes, I have.
and you don't know how the draft works.
I know how the draft works.
No, because you don't know who's going to be there. You don't know if that person projects to be what they're going to be.
But it sounds like this guy's a waste of money.
He's not. Shut up!
I wouldn't call him a waste of money.
Shut up! See what you did? See
I
what
didn't
you
do
did?
this.
You
I
gave
didn't
him
even start
enough.
talking
You
yet.
gave him a little a little
but it
ammunition where he goes, Kimmy said.
it has been reported on
he's-
CMF that he's past his prime. His knee hurts. He got a bad Achilles tendon, and you just don't know what you're getting.
See what you did?
I think the person you think you get, you ain't getting. You're paying for the past, and
You're
getting
saying-
a very,
you know what
and
Tommy's
you're getting
saying?
a zero future.
Shut up.
Tommy's
Zero.
saying he's a personality hire.
Oh, he got a big personality.
Yeah, everybody. Where have you?
Well, I know people liked him, but I mean, is he like
Yes.
funny guy?
Yes,
he
he's
came
very
in,
funny.
he embraced Buffalo. Like he
All
was
right.
like very pro Buffalo community
But
guy.
they all do that stuff.
No,
No,
not
not
like
all
you
of
did.
them.
Like chicken wings
No.
and pickup trucks, man. Let's go have a beer. Remember Rex Ryan came in with his pickup truck throwing beers around? They all play that.
That guy's a
crap.
clown. Okay, let me put it this way. Again, 252 WCMF. It was announced yesterday. Several reports. The Bills have re-signed Tre'Davious White, 1 year deal, $6.8 million. The question is, I mean, he's going to be a depth piece, right? They still
Yeah.
need a corner.
Yeah.
There's probably one coming in the draft on Thursday. Is he going to be a depth piece? There's also a chance they re-signed him to teach him how to play safety.
Oh, they move his position.
Yeah, but that's a conversation you are not ready for because you do not have the sports mental aptitude for. That being said, Tre'Davious White is a very authentic human being.
Mm-hmm.
He is a brilliant human being.
He's a real guy.
He was the valedictorian of his high school class.
Okay.
He graduated
Where
early.
did he go to school?
Somewhere in Louisiana.
Bro, that's anybody. Louisiana, anybody can be valedictorian if you could spell it.
You couldn't graduate from a southern high school.
Yes.
He graduated early from LSU.
LSU, again,
He is a very
low college, man, in low country.
After he was cut loose, he sat down for an interview on some podcast, radio show, whatever.
What happened?
And they did everything they could to get him to say a bad word about Buffalo. And it got to the point at the end of the interview where he's like, I'm not going to say anything bad, so I don't know why you want me to.
He's a good character.
Do you think he kind of felt like at some point he would be back in Buffalo?
Absolutely. They love each other. He's Sean McDermott's first ever draft pick.
Oh, okay.
You should know that, being the football expert on the official station of the Buffalo
I knew
Bills.
that Sean popped his cherry on the
No, you didn't.
Well, I heard it.
No, you didn't. Also, I'm also pumped because I got 2 Tre'Davious White jerseys.
Everybody bring the jerseys back if you didn't get rid of them.
I got them for $20 each after he got cut loose yesterday.
Yeah.
So now I got like $300 worth of jersey
Will he have
for
the same
$40.
number, though?
Yeah, he's gonna wear. Who's wears 27? You can't tell me they're not gonna give back 27.
I don't know.
Who wears 20? Google it. Oh no, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What?
If he has to wear a different number, if somebody already is wearing 27.
Wait, he's so low. He can't even demand his old number.
Well,
back.
unless somebody that is a star has
you
it right now.
Stars get their own numbers.
He
They'll
may-
tell you what they do.
He may also be a guy that doesn't care.
Yeah, that's what they all say when
He
they
wore
don't get.
25 in Baltimore.
I'm just a regular guy, man.
There are guys that do that. Kirk Cousins didn't demand his old number when he went.
He's
and played
another goody two shoes.
What are you talking?
5 kids, goes to church.
I don't know if anybody has 20.
All right. Jerseys,
All right.
live on.
All right, we got him. We got him.
I can't wait. Can you save this audio, please? Please save this audio because he's going to make a massive play, big play in this Bills season.
This guy is going to be the flop of flopolas.
Thank you, Kimmy. Let's take a break. All right.
What?
This story from the headline looks really bad.
Oh.
And everyone, just from the headline, would demand that this teacher be fired.
Oh.
But as we say, the devil is in the detail.
Okay.
Because this teacher admits that he gave his students gummies that he should not have.
Oops.
Oh, no, man. Why do that at all?
But there's more to the story than what it sounds like.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Oh, man, this is not good.
What happened?
Well, it seems like it was an accident.
All right.
But it's an accident you cannot afford to make when you have a job like this. Because anytime you hear a story with the words school, kids, and drugs.
So why are you doing this anyway?
And teacher.
Yes.
You've got to think some heads are going to roll.
But why do you hand things out? Stop.
Stop handing things,
Yeah,
guys.
you don't need to hand anything out.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
What happened?
The story went down just west of us. A teacher at an elementary/middle school has been placed on leave after police say he gave THC gummies, edibles,
Yes.
to 2 students.
All right. Why?
Story from WKBW out of Buffalo. It's in between Buffalo and Rochester. Said this was an accident. The teacher mistook the edibles for regular candy and gave them to the kids.
So that means he had a bag of kitty candy, and right next to that, he put his edible candies and took those to school.
Okay, see, here's what happens when you only read the headline or jump to assumptions.
And then you wanted to be a nice guy and give a kid a couple
he did
pieces
not
of
listen.
candy.
He did not listen to
What else could it be?
I'm about to explain it to you. I have the story.
I'm listening.
No, you're not, you idiot.
I'm listening.
So here's what happened.
All right.
The police report says the teacher picked up off the ground what appeared to be a closed package of Sour Patch Kids.
All right. That he found?
Yeah, it was on the ground.
All right.
All right. The kids asked if they could have the candy, which was closed, that he found, like somebody had dropped it, during a swim class. He opened the candy and gave the kids gummies.
All right.
Then one of the students started to get sick.
All right.
That's when the teacher looked at the package and realized it said on the package it contained 500 milligrams of THC. Is that a lot?
Sounds like it.
Well, it
I'm not
depends.
asking you, lame ass.
That's a lot, but it depends on how many gummies were in the package. So you would
And
divide
it's a little
that by
kid.
how many gummies.
Right?
It said we don't know the age of the kids.
But why would you pick up candy?
Can I give you the rest of the story?
Yes,
Can I give you the rest of the story?
I'm going to wait.
Are you going to listen?
I'm going to listen.
Listen. Both of the kids were taken to the hospital. Their parents were called. The police were notified. And I want to be clear. The teacher did not know they were edibles, but did admit to offering the students the candy. No word on how long the teacher will be on leave.
All right.
No one knows who brought the actual gummies into the school.
Where they originally came from.
Yes, and it sounds like the kids are okay, which is good.
Some student or staff member is really relieved that this happened.
You ain't kidding. All right, so you
not mine. I don't know where those came from.
Go ahead on your rant.
Why do you give children anything, especially food you found
Ground
on the
gummies.
floor? Like, why would you do that? You don't have.
Yeah, I'm with you. I probably wouldn't pick something up off the ground and give it to somebody.
Right.
Or
Hey,
eat
even
it
if it's in a
myself.
package. Why would you do that?
Look, that's a valid question.
You don't need to hand kids anything.
It's a valid question.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Would
It's
it
a
be
dumb
weird
move.
to even like share your candy with kids?
No.
But no, I got
Like, let's say you brought in a bag of Skittles.
But it wasn't his candy. Like, he wasn't eating the candy. He
Right.
did not eat the candy. So it's not like he was like, oh, this is mine and you can also
But he
have some.
initiated this himself.
I
He
mean,
opened it and handed it to the kids.
the kids asked for it. He gave it to
Why?
them. Look, man, I don't know. I cannot answer
What do you
that
want to be
question.
everybody's friend?
You mean the teacher who's responsible for bonding with these kids?
You're here to bond or you're here to learn?
Okay.
Big scary world out there.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, again, this teacher admits to giving these edibles to these kids who are in elementary or middle school. However, he was unaware they were edibles. They were not his edibles. He did not bring them in. Should this teacher, who is currently on leave, lose his job?
I mean, yeah. I mean, that could have gone really, really bad. It
did.
It went really, really bad.
And I'm sure that the edibles say what they are on the package.
Again,
I will say some of them are. You gotta look closely to see some of them.
Because again, it said it sounds like these were one of these non-regulated bags.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like before stuff started to open up legally here, a lot of those edibles, like that looked like your standard candy, like Sour Patch Kids, whatever gummy it was kind of hard to differentiate the real from the fake.
Let me explain before you go off on your rant again.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm listening. Listen, I'm taking this all. I'm learning.
If you walk into a legal dispensary, they will have gummies, but they will not have.
They package them much differently.
You got it.
Yeah.
If you walk into one of these like bodegas or smoke shops that still sell legally, they will sell you candy that has all of the markings of a Sour Patch Kids, a Skittles, whatever. It looks like a bag of Skittles, and then in the little corner it says 500 milligrams.
There's like a little picture of a marijuana.
That's
leaf
what
on
it sounds like this is.
Okay, but knowing that edibles exist now,
In the
and
world.
this is how people take to get their high. Wouldn't you pump the brakes on any kind of like gummy Skittle looking thing
That you didn't
found
bring in yourself,
that you
yeah.
found on the ground and
Okay.
not give it to a kid?
Okay, all right.
And it's somewhere on the package. It is marked probably. This has THC in it, right?
All right. Yeah, no, it does. It said 500
Yeah.
milligrams.
Right.
of
So,
THC.
so somewhere on the package,
They're usually much harder to open too.
if you stop, you'd look
They
at it.
are.
You didn't even do that, man.
So you want this? Superintendent Tommy would fire this teacher.
At my school, at JFK High, we have zero tolerance for this kind of nonsense. We don't no narcotics or gummies on campus.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Kimmy,
Yeah.
should this teacher be fired?
If it truly was an accident, no. And I'll tell you why. Because a teacher that picks up gummies and shares them with students is a cool teacher.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing that teacher was well liked enough where a kid felt comfortable to ask if they could have some. Because like those teachers that were just super casual about that kind of stuff. So he may have been a very well liked teacher and was good at his job. So if it really was a true accident, I just don't see why you should lose your job over it. I'm sure he will never do it again.
Okay. But Kimmy, there's also like other really well-liked teachers that got in trouble.
Yeah, but
I
those
don't-
were. But the other stuff we're talking about wasn't an accident.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So just so you guys know,
Mhm.
this is a national news story this morning. They are not sharing the name of the teacher, but everyone in that school has to know who this
Oh,
teacher
of course.
is.
Yeah.
I agree he shouldn't be fired, Kimmy. But you can't bring this teacher back after what happened.
Well, then
can
he's
you?
fired.
Well,
What are you just going to throw him to some other school? They don't want him.
Well, that's just it. I mean, that does happen. That stuff does
But,
happen.
but that also shows back up in the news sometimes.
All right, how about this then? Let's walk down that road again. 252 WCMF, the story that happened just west of us. A teacher admitted to giving THC gummies, edibles, to two students in an elementary/middle school. We don't know how old the students were, but the teacher says that during a swim class, he picked up a closed package of Sour Patch Kids. It had Sour Patch Kids on the logo.
Yeah.
Opened them up. The kids either asked for them or he offered them. He gave them the gummies. He then, after one of the kids started feeling really sick, noticed in the bottom left-hand corner it said 500 milligrams of THC. He did not bring the gummies into the school. He was unaware when he gave them to the kids that they were marijuana edibles. However,
Yeah.
he gave them to them, and Tommy's argument is,
We do not tolerate this at Walt Whitman High School.
oh, wait, I thought it was JFK.
Maybe JFK, maybe RFK Jr. We do not tolerate any of the Kennedy or Whitman higher learning or lower learning schools narcotics.
Did he report it himself?
I don't know.
Because I think that would also kind of make a difference. Like, hey, this happened. Like, we need to fix this immediately.
If you think this kid might die, you kind of gotta.
That's what yeah.
But I don't know how
he
much.
Didn't, okay, if he tried to deny it or something, like, or put up a fight about what I think, like, if you come clean and admit this is all a mistake, I think it helps.
Okay. All right, Tommy, let me ask this question. You being the superintendent.
We don't tolerate poisoning.
Will you stop talking in that voice?
All right.
Thank you. You just did it again. All right. So let's say, look, you don't want to fire the guy, but you come to a sit-down agreement. Look, you can't come back. You know it's going to be too tough for you. Would you give him a recommendation for another job?
Let me tell you something.
Damn it!
Professor Goodtimes, not only are you fired, but I have called the draft boards. Let them know you're eligible for military service.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you have a problem with him getting a job at another school?
No, because I can understand the argument that it may be tough for him to come back to shake that reputation and rumors around that when it's all said and done. Again, I just don't. I think, like, if you are this embarrassed, I'm sure he's embarrassed. I'm sure he's scared. I'm sure, like,
Should take some
he
gummies.
he could take it back if he would. So I don't see why he shouldn't. He should never be a teacher again.
You know what's funny about
What's
this?
that?
Is, like, if you look at the story, even if you're talking your superintendent voice,
Yeah.
the teacher in this story, he didn't commit a crime, did he?
He poisoned two children.
No, but it's not against the law to serve candy off the floor.
Okay, it should be.
No, but he
That
didn't.
should be.
But it's not. I mean, there's not a law.
Okay, all
and
right.
he didn't intentionally poison these kids.
Right.
What law did he break?
Um,
Oh, what happened there? Where'd your superintendent voice go?
let me tell you.
Shut up.
No, but I mean, you did poison these children.
What? That's not what I'm asking.
I mean, any
what?
kid could have picked it up and probably ate it himself.
What law did he break?
Well, first of all,
None. None, you law. Zero, buddy.
But I think the fact that he handed them the candy.
Right.
But is that against the law to hand a kid what you thought were gummies? I mean, did he break a law? I'm asking. You guys can't come up with one.
Well, they weren't your candy to hand out.
Did you hear yourself?
Well, think about it. That was.
Well, you
that
didn't
was-
know. You didn't know what it was.
They weren't
really that you were
yours.
handing out.
Okay, I understand.
So-
but again, it's what? You're going to get him for stealing floor
We
candy?
have lost and found here at Walt Whitman High School.
Roll Whitman, RFK, JFK.
JFK.
LMNOP.
We have two lost and found boxes, one for regular stuff and one for narcotic paraphernalia.
Paul writes us.
I would at least put him on double secret probation.
Duffy on WCMF is the Instagram. He says he should be fired. Isn't it number one on the list of childcare that you shouldn't give stuff to kids that you find on the ground? Dude's an idiot. Look, I'm not arguing he didn't make a mistake. It's an idiot thing to do.
Move.
So you
yes.
don't think it's worth him being fired?
Okay.
Or just moved on to some other school?
I don't want to fire the guy, but it would be really hard for him to go back to that school after everything
can't.
happened, right? So, like,
And the parents are probably pissed off.
okay, so that's the other thing. They are. They're furious. And it sounds like
Yeah.
they're going to lawyer up, which
Yeah, so-
I don't blame them.
Bro, if they lawyer up, he's toast.
But here's the thing. I also wouldn't.
We don't have that kind of budget here at Walt Whitman RFK Junior High School.
But, like, if I found out, like, he had been transferred to my daughter's school,
Hmm?
like, if he was a good teacher, I don't think that would bother me. I understand you made a mistake. You're probably never going to give a kid floor candy ever again.
Right, that's what I mean. You know you're going to be extra cautious moving forward.
With Professor High Times
Professor
and
High
his
Time.
good time buddies.
We were asking what law you would have broken. Mark writes us on Instagram, endangering the welfare of a child. He didn't do it intentionally.
Right, but you can still be charged with that, can't you?
Probably.
Yeah,
I'm
if it
saying
was
like
accidental.
intentional. I don't know.
Because here's the thing, like, you did hand the kid candy.
But you didn't know it was pot.
Right, but you still initiated that, where if you didn't initiate, like, if you were in the care of a kid and the kid hurts himself, you weren't paying attention.
No, that's worse to me than giving the kid the
That-
Yeah,
pot candy.
this is worse, because you didn't have to do
No,
this.
but like it is your responsibility to pay
yes,
attention to the
you're
kid.
not doing your
Right.
job.
Yes. Do your job.
Well, you weren't paying attention to the effing label on the candy.
Nicole writes us on
What did he
Instagram. Man, Nicole, what did he say? I'll tell you what Nicole he said, stupid. Why does Tommy sound like the guy from Unsolved Mysteries? It's bringing back flashbacks to my childhood. All right, let me ask you this question.
What's up?
All right, Tommy, let's move who you are.
Yeah.
Because you're having a lot of fun being the superintendent.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of cool.
Everybody hates it right
Yeah.
now. So let's put you now in the shoes of the teacher
All right.
that accidentally gave these edibles to these kids.
Mm.
The school says, Tommy, you can keep your job,
Yeah.
and you want this job,
Oh, yeah.
but under one condition.
What's that?
You have to sit in a room face to face with the parents of these kids,
Mm.
apologize, and let them say all the things they want to say to your face.
But I keep the gig.
You can keep the job.
Well, I'm going to do it.
You would sit, and they can stay in there as long as they want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I keep my job and
Yeah.
I have a clean record.
And all you can do is just say, yep, you're right. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, that's fine. Let him scream.
Okay.
What do I care?
Because you're a coward and a sissy and a
Huh.
known hider. You wouldn't be able to handle that. You know it.
I don't. They ain't my kid.
You're the teacher. Wait a minute. You just argued.
I'm not a good teacher, obviously.
I just screamed. You should be responsible.
I'll take a
Tonight.
candy off the floor and give it to your kid.
Tonight on Unsolved Mysteries. You literally flip a switch to not my kid, ain't my problem.
I need my job, man.
Kimmy, could you sit in that room and let them scream at you for an hour
If
to
I
keep your
needed
job?
the job, I liked the job, I would at least try it.
Man, we've been heckled a million times. What do I care?
Yeah, but you
Some
rightfully so.
sense of-
Me, I was crushing it. I killed.
Oh wait, they heckled you when you were killing it. How weird is that?
It was you the whole time. These jokes aren't actually funny. Stop laughing. Boo. Tune into my show tonight. There's a serial killer on the loose in California. We're trying to find him. All right, let's take a break. I guess this woman would qualify as a mom vict,
Oh,
even though she wasn't really working where she was stealing from.
but she did steal.
Yeah, and like here's
allegedly.
yeah, according to the police. And here's the thing: that's not even what the basis of this conversation is going to be, because you can walk into a bar with a gun and rob the register.
Yeah.
You can walk into Wegmans and stuff
Yeah,
crap in your pants
Yeah.
and walk out. But it is amazing what you are able to steal if you just ask.
Oh,
And this woman, if the allegations
so
are true,
they gave it to her.
oh boy, did they!
Oh.
But not in the way they thought they were.
Oh, all right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. Tommy, we hear of people robbing with guns and knives,
Yeah, it's dangerous.
stealing information to get access to bank accounts.
It's terrible.
But this woman we're going to tell you about here,
Yeah.
according to police, didn't need to do any of those things to bring in a ton of illicit cash.
So what was her move?
All she had to do
Yeah.
was ask.
So is that stealing then?
Yeah.
If I walk in and go, can I have this? And they go, sure.
How many times do I have to tell you,
Go
don't just read the headline, you got to read the story.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. A 43-year-old woman has been arrested after police say she defrauded Rochester area businesses and charities. In total, police say she was able to secure over $88,000
Damn, lady.
in gift cards from these places. And all she did was say, can I have them?
So how did it work?
It's a little more complicated.
Yeah.
When she asked for these gift cards, she implied, according to police, the gift cards would be used for disadvantaged children and communities.
Okay, but that's a pretty vague statement.
However,
Yeah.
once she got them,
Right.
police say she sold them to multiple people using Facebook Messenger. How vague you want to get.
All right, so then she was cashing them out,
Yes.
basically.
In total, authorities say she listed
Right.
607 different gift cards to sell.
Wow.
Wegmans got, as did several other nonprofit organizations. Now, she's facing fraud charges. I think we can assume if she's convicted, she's in some serious trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so right off the bat, despite what you want to argue, if the allegations are true, Kimmy, it doesn't get lower than faking a charity to make money.
No. I don't think many people are going to stand up for you when you do something like that.
Right, Tommy?
I mean, charity. What is charity, Pat? It's such a vague term.
No, it's not.
My charity is different from your charity.
No, your charity would definitely be different than my charity.
And all these charities, is anything getting solved? We still seem to have all these problems, even with these charities. I still see the hungry children on television. I still see the poor dog in the junkyard shivering. Nothing's getting solved, Pat.
But you think they just shut down the junkyard? They keep going back with the camera.
Or just give that dog a biscuit and send him home.
You mean like charity?
Yeah.
Yeah, you mean like that. Okay.
Yeah.
But aside from your trying to argue ripping off charities is okay. This story is remarkable for a different reason.
What's that?
Tommy, it is astonishing what you can get from a business by just asking if they believe what they are giving is for a charity.
Okay. Yeah, because nobody wants to say no to a charity because they look bad.
Oh, it goes further.
And nobody's going to say, prove it.
Exactly. That's what it is. If you have ever worked on fundraisers, have had to reach out to businesses like this, there are lots of places in the greater Rochester area that are very generous with their money and goods. We've talked about this on the show before. Like, we are a gruff community, but if someone's in need, we are happy to help.
Right.
But no one, very few, will say, prove to me that this is a charity.
There is one place where I have seen people ask follow-up questions about the charity.
Where's that?
Bill's parking lot.
Oh, yeah, but those are just dicks drinking beers.
Yeah, but like if a kid's coming around selling you like bottle openers and beads, well, what's it for?
But that's
how long have you been in it? What do you do with it? What's the money going to?
That's just a dick. By the way, if the kid's selling it to put their money in their pocket, what do I care? The kid's still hustling.
No, I know, but that's the only time I've ever seen anybody question a charity donation or a fundraiser donation.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah, go ahead.
So when I was a kid, I did a lot of like community service groups through school.
Yeah.
Right. So I vividly remember in 6th grade, I was in the Leo Club.
What's the Leo Club?
It's the kids' version of the Lions Club.
Oh, okay.
At one point,
I don't even know what the Lions Club actually does.
No, neither do I. But I was in the Leo Club. I was the youngest president in the history of the Leo Club.
Wow, they were going that bad, huh?
No big deal.
There's nobody else involved.
7th grade President Pat Duffy. Anyway, I vividly remember in 6th grade, I wrote Wegmans asking for help with a Halloween fundraiser we were doing. We were doing like a haunted house to raise money for some charity.
Yeah.
They gave me a $300 gift card.
Yeah.
In like 1997. They just put it in my like
Dang.
11-year-old hands.
Man, your old man didn't snag that?
Tommy, it took every ounce of Catholic guilt and fear that anyone else would find out not to spend it. I could not believe.
Yeah, that is amazing.
I did not to get.
All I had to do was ask.
I just wrote them a letter,
Yeah.
and they said, "Come on down to Brooks Ave Wegmans. Doesn't exist anymore because they keep giving out gift cards." But it definitely crossed my mind. Like I could keep doing this, and if it wasn't for the fear of burning in hell as an 11-year-old child, I can't say that I wouldn't have done it.
All right.
Like if grown-ass me found that out now and I was on the balls of my ass, I can't say that I wouldn't have. And here's the other thing.
What?
Like with this woman allegedly ripping off charities and businesses in our area for $88,000, claiming she was collecting gift cards to raise money for disadvantaged kids and then flipping them and selling them, according to police. How much does this happen and we never find out?
It's got to be a ton.
Yeah.
Because how would you, unless you screw up? I bet you it has to be happening for years.
Like, I mean, the businesses that give these gift cards or gifts or money or whatever, they don't have the resources to follow up on it.
No.
Right?
And it's not worth it to them if it's like spread out over a bunch of businesses.
You got it. There has to be more of this going on where people are just good at covering their tracks and are living high off the hog, faking a charity. I mean, hell, Kimmy, how many fake GoFundMe accounts do we see where the people just disappear with the cash?
GoFundMes. I'm thinking like there are people that will just they know how to work a room and they will just straight up ask people to their face to give them money for whatever reason with nothing in return, but they'll give it to them because they're a likable person.
You'd be good at this.
What, ripping people off?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
No, but you like to schmooze. Hey, how's it going? Hey, good show today. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the break room's going a little bit bad. We got Tommy's charity for his new chair we got to pay for.
By the way, we don't know how we're paying for that new chair also. You bring up a good point.
Mystery money.
Where the hell did that come from?
I don't know. I don't even know what this thing costs.
More than you're worth. By the way, quick sidebar. Tommy has his new chair. I broke it yesterday.
Don't push any buttons.
What'd you do?
I got it stuck in the up position because it
Well,
goes
it's down now.
It's the old man thing where it goes up. Our
Well, we
engineer,
need the
don't press the
engineer.
buttons. I'm serious because the engineer had to come in and fix it.
Here it comes.
All right.
Don't do it, bro. You're gonna get stuck
No,
standing
I just
up.
want to make sure all my. Yeah.
Stop pressing. Okay.
That was massager.
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this 43-year-old woman from Rochester. She was arrested after police say she secured $88,000 in gift cards from Rochester area companies by asking for them, claiming that the gift cards would be used for disadvantaged children in the community. However, police say she started flipping them on Facebook. In total, authorities say she listed 607 different gift cards for sale. I wonder if she got her hands, like what she made.
Oh, she must have cleaned up.
Well, I'm guessing the $88,000 was in total what they gave her, but you can't sell a gift card for
Right,
flush.
you got to discount it.
So, like, would I don't know what she's facing for jail time if she's convicted. I mean, how much time is worth $44,000?
44 under the table?
Table.
Table?
Under a table. Well, you know, if you got caught, you don't get to keep the 44 grand.
No,
Stupid.
but the risk.
Yes.
I think you'd take it.
Would you risk a year in jail for $44,000?
I think so. Triple my salary by 10.
Triple my salary by 10.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Muley. It also creates a debate
What's that?
about who the most trustworthy person to handle something like this would be if your business or your group or whatever is doing a charity.
Like who could pull it off?
Well, for example,
Yeah.
let's say we were going to do a fundraiser here in the break room, right? Take care of some kids that need something. We got to reach out to businesses, get gift cards or raffles or something. Who in this room can we guarantee would not take anything marked for the kids?
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Well, I'm
You're out. Okay.
I'm shifty.
All right. Yeah, you're done. Between Kimmy and I,
Yeah.
if you're going to guarantee that none of this money goes missing, who are you picking?
Well, it'd be you because you're so full of Catholic guilt.
Wait, you think Kimmy would steal?
No.
He's saying.
I think she's got potential to skim. I'm not saying she's a thief, but she's a known skimmer.
Yeah, but I'm terrified of getting in trouble.
Yeah.
And she's good with money.
Right. Her own money in her own pocket.
Like I cried when I got sent to the principal's office in 6th
Oh,
grade.
you were a baby.
What did you do to get sent to the principal's office?
I yelled.
Show up.
I yelled blast off when they turned off the lights when everybody's supposed to be
You
quiet.
got in trouble?
You bitch.
Man.
You yelled blast off.
I don't know.
So you think
I
you're
don't remember
both-
why?
Both of you are so saintly that you could be trusted.
Well, I mean, I think I can, but I would have thought you'd have picked Kimmy over me.
No, you have so much guilt. And you worry all the time about everything. And you want everybody to like you.
What is this?
No, I mean, these are compliments.
That's not a compliment. You want everyone to like you.
But you go around.
You know, because Kimmy, like as we talk about this, I'm sure there are people thinking about charities and things like that.
Yeah.
But like, there are kids' sports teams. There are events at your job where you have to put trust in one specific parent, coworker. You know, like you've seen those like cooler raffles that they do or whatever.
Yeah.
Like,
But those are small things.
Well, raffles have to be like the easiest thing to lose track of, too, to your point. Like if somebody told me you want to donate $5 and you'll get, raffle tickets, I would forget that the contest was even happening.
Yeah, I wouldn't even
You wouldn't even have to prove to me that somebody won. I would just assume that I lost. So,
like, if you gave a 50-50 raffle, you put in $50.
Yeah. $50? No, I'm watching that one. $50.
Are you going to report it to the cops at that? Let's say
You found out it was a scam?
the person like totally scammed it.
Yeah, $50. I'm calling the cops because everybody's
for
giving $50, bro. A 50-50 raffle at $50 would be tens of thousands of dollars.
Who cares?
$5. Well, no, it's the principal thing. That would
see, you're principal guy. Where I don't care. Like, it's not that big of a deal to me.
But you're a scumbag.
I was the one that stole.
That was not English.
Well, the end was.
Well, the guy that stole. Put that on a T-shirt. 40 A's and Y's and then stole at the end.
What if you found out? Okay, that one of these when you go down in Glad Hand, these other shows.
Yeah.
And let's say one of your girls down there. Turns out she's scamming TJ on the beach.
TJ.
Yeah.
Our TJ.
What, she's scamming.
First of all, she my TJ.
No, she's not my TJ, and she never will be.
That's what I
TJ.
heard she done.
TJ Hooker, my TJ.
No, but let's say you found out.
By the way, that was a TV show. I wasn't calling TJ Hooker. Just want to be clear. I got a lot of young listeners.
So let's say you love those girls down here. You think the world of them.
Yes, yeah. What about it?
You do.
They're nice people.
Right,
Yes,
I understand.
Okay.
But you found out she did some 50-50 busted raffle for her town.
Yeah.
And we find out she stole. We know she stole. We heard her on the phone somewhere down the hall.
Oh, she was on the steel line? Yeah, I did it, and no one will ever find out because there's no one around the corner in the hallway.
Would you turn her in? Would you confront her? Of course not. You don't let it go, man. It's TJ. He's your girl.
That would be tough. You? No, I wouldn't, just because we have so much history. Now I am turning you in.
But I don't even know the woman. I'm not going to turn her in.
But that would mean, okay.
I mean, she's a mother. I'm not going to do that to her. Maybe she needs the money.
Would you turn in TJ?
I probably don't want to get involved.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so Tommy is
I mean, that's why we see people like TJ get away with it for so long, I think, because I think even if somebody has like maybe a feeling that something's not right here, they're probably not going to investigate it based on how it's going to look on their part.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, that is the definition of a mom vic in a mom vic situation.
And she walks.
All right, that being said, Tommy encourages all of you to rip off charity on Good Friday, by the way. Way to go.
Is it a big charity day? Good Friday?
No,
it's not charity day, though.
No, it's not. It's still good. Never mind.
I know it's a good day. Supposed to do nice.
No, what?
Good Friday. Supposed to be nice.
It's actually, if I was Jesus, I'd be pretty upset about how they named it. Was it a Good Friday for him? I'm just saying.
Oh!
No, it's true.
Am I right, folks?
Try the veal. I'll see you next week in Punxsutawney. Speaking of Catholic schoolboys, we're about to be joined by a very impressive man. A man who this room loves because we just get to say whatever we want to his face, and he keeps taking it. And he brings us food.
Yes.
Your Rochester Red Wings are back in town. We are joined by our very good friend, General Manager Dan Mason, next here in the break room on CMF. Beautiful day today, Tommy.
Oh, it's going to be warm.
Weather looks gorgeous next week, too.
Yeah, buddy.
What is better on an early spring day that feels like summer than a baseball game?
Nice.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are joined by our good buddy, handsome as all get up, as they say in the clubhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, from your Rochester Red Wings, Mr. Dan Mason. Hey, Mason, how are you?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good, man. How you been? First time this season.
First time this season. Let's go. 2025.
Woo!
Let's do it.
Okay, before we get into it, now, Mace, if you're new to the show, he has a tradition of bringing us ballpark food.
Yeah.
Tommy has already fingered his food so no one else can eat it.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mace, you have brought with you today what?
So this is a new item this year. It's called the Bruce, named in honor of our beloved bat dog.
Okay.
All right. It's a foot-long Zweigel's hot dog.
Okay.
And if that wasn't good enough, now you top it with Rochester meat hot sauce.
Okay, yeah.
And diced onions.
I got the onions. I'm going to put the onions on here.
Well, look at
Put
that.
onions on first? You're supposed to put the hot sauce on first.
No,
and
the
then-
hot sauce holds the onions on so they don't fall off when I'm eating it.
Okay.
Okay, look, you're
However
going to
you
talk
do
to
it.
me. You're going to talk to me about engineering of hot
Yeah,
dogs here,
Pat
Mace?
knows foot-long meat.
Oh, here we go. Nobody saw this. As soon as
Yeah.
I opened up
Wow,
what
it's not
this
even
was-
Saturday night.
Okay, here's the
Yeah,
problem.
put all the sauce on it.
I gotta
Sauce
Stir it
boy.
up a little
I
bit.
gotta get a spoon because I
There
don't
you
want
go.
just oil on there.
Oh, yeah, don't do too much oil.
Hey,
Get fat.
Kimmy, would you like to describe to the audience how Tommy ate what he?
I just
his-
ate the tip of mine.
I don't even know what he ate because he's been hiding it.
No, I had a little bit of the chips and I had a piece of the hot dog.
I had a little bit of the chips. Guys, you have a little bit of the chips.
I gotta watch my salt.
Question: did you rip off a piece of the hot dog?
Yes, he did. Like a bitch.
Yeah.
God, this looks so good. I haven't had a hot dog in forever.
Wow, that went right in. Man, doing your mama proud.
What are your thoughts?
But that's what she said.
It is delicious.
Oh, how many times I've heard that?
You thought this like I got hot dog.
Oh my God, Wheeze, spit it up.
Oh, shut up, finger blasting dog. So, Nick,
Why is this so special? It's a hot dog.
It's a foot-long
I'm
hot
not
dog.
putting a hot dog down, but you walked in here like it was like some new invention.
It is. It's brand new this year.
So what makes it special? The meat sauce?
Dynamite hot sauce. Dynamite meat
Yeah.
sauce.
Right.
Right there. That's what makes it special.
What, the hot sauce?
The hot
All right.
sauce, the onions.
It seems like you're holding back, man.
No.
It seems like you got better food you could have brought in, but like you didn't want to waste it on us. Like I'm thinking like the bees probably eating something better than us right now. Because I know you've already been down the hall.
Are you giving
I
better
brought everybody the Bruce because it's a
So you don't
new
even like
item.
country music. All right.
I brought braised beef last week, but you guys weren't here.
Yeah, Tommy
Yeah.
was in Chicago. Thanks a lot, Mr. Vacation. I could have had a braised beef sandwich as opposed to the braised briefs you were eating. Mace, what do we got going on at the ballpark this weekend?
Every game, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all at 105. Very simple.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh,
All right,
okay.
Today it's going to be like 70 degrees.
Yeah, perfect.
Game time 105. Perfect. No school for the kids. A lot of people aren't working today.
Yeah.
Well, nobody
Perfect
wants
day
to
come
work.
out. Probably the warmest day of the year so far for us.
Man, you're getting a gift.
Tomorrow, same thing. Almost 70 degrees. Game time 105.
Ooh.
And then Sunday, game time 105. Easter Sunday, Easter egg hunt. Come on out. Have an Easter egg hunt with Spikes and Mitzi pregame with the kids. And then after the ball game, kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi.
All right, now, Dan Mason, general manager, hanging out with us. For those who don't know, Mace, not only are you a McQuaid boy, you also graduated from, let me do my best Rudy voice, the University of Notre Dame. I mean, have you talked to your priest about playing a baseball game on Easter? Is that okay? I mean, do we know about this?
Yeah. I mean, we get a schedule and we have to play when they tell us.
Understood.
So
Understood.
I'm going to 8 o'clock mass. Don't worry.
Okay,
Got
no.
it covered.
Are you really going to 8 o'clock mass?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Easter Sunday.
Is that a youth? Okay. Are you a religious church guy or are you an every Sunday church guy?
I go every Sunday.
Do you really?
Wow.
What horrible thing did you do in your past? Because normally when you see a guy that age at church every Sunday, you
Yeah.
feel like there's something in his past.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, what did you do?
No. I that's how I was brought up.
Okay. All right. Dan Mason, nice Catholic boy, hanging out with us here in the break.
Wait, so the Easter egg hunt is before the game?
Yes.
Why wouldn't Why wouldn't you do it after the game? Because let's say you miss one Reese cup and somebody's going after a fly ball and slips in some candy.
What would that sound like if the play-by-play guy?
Well, there we go. He's got Reese all over there. Here comes Lasorda for some reason, even though he's been dead for many years. But he's got a glass of Jack Daniels. On his.
No, I mean, he brings up a good point. There have to be eggs left behind.
Like you don't get every egg.
What
We
do you-
get every egg.
What? No, I mean, no. Hey, look, it's
We are professionals at Easter.
No, I'm sure you are.
We know how to do it.
okay.
You're-
Well, you're
you're-
telling me you map out where every egg
Yes,
is in that
we-
outfield.
we
My
know.
ass, Mace.
We know exactly
All
where
right.
every egg is.
Are they
Okay.
plastic eggs or they can't? What are we looking
Plastic eggs full of candy, and one lucky winner will have a golden egg.
at here?
A
Ooh.
chance to throw out a first pitch.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
No money, huh?
pretty good. No money.
No money.
Lots of great candy.
Hey, did you get a golden egg? Yeah, get to work. Start warming up, kid.
You get to pull the tarp after the end of the game.
Okay,
Oh.
so Dan Mason, GM of the Rochester Red Wings, hanging out with us. They are in town this week on 105 Friday, 105 Saturday, 105 Easter Sunday with an Easter egg hunt before the game. How many eggs do you put out there? Do you know?
At least 100.
Wow.
Like between 100 and 200. Yeah.
All right, so every kid gets a third of an egg.
No. There'll be plenty of eggs.
All right, let me ask you a question, because I mean this is important that we map this out.
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Because all right. So this is the rules clearly state this is an Easter egg hunt just for kids.
Kids, yes, for kids.
What's the age cutoff, Mace?
Like 12.
Oh, but you said like 12. I feel like there isn't a contesting rule that.
Okay. We don't ID kids.
Okay.
Yeah, but 12's too high.
All right, but here's
12's too high.
12's too high.
for an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah. 12-year-olds are dicks. Listen, you were a flabby little 12-year-old dick who loved him some candy.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but
You
he can
always
get the
return to
exercise.
your dark master.
Okay, so my youngest, she's on spring break this week. She's
Yeah.
12. Let me just ask, hey, do you think you're a dick?
No, she's one of the good ones.
Oh, one of the good ones.
And I'm not talking about little girls. I'm talking about little boys.
Okay. Mace,
Well, I think 12 is fine.
12 is fine. 13, that's just out of the question.
Yes.
Once you're a teenager, you're out?
Yeah, you're out.
All right, but here's the thing.
It's
Here's
like Halloween, right? No, it's actually less than Halloween.
younger than Halloween?
Younger.
What is your age for Halloween trick-or-treating?
I mean, do you want an 18-year-old kid showing up at your door at 9:30?
He doesn't. He gets pissed because he lives near Naz and
Yeah.
the college kids come and trick-or-treat at his
No, I
door.
do not want those kids.
Yeah, nobody wants that.
Why are you guys no fun? Like, what a bunch of, like, have fun within the regulations and rules of the
I
law.
have zero tolerance.
But here's the problem with the Easter egg hunt and Mace, right?
Yeah.
Like, I get it. 12 years old. You're right. I feel that's a fair line, right? But you're just such a nice guy. I feel like there could be an obvious 15-year-old who's going to be, can I do it? And you're going to be like, yeah, okay. I was at church this morning. I'm going to let you go.
Because
You're probably correct.
That's what I'm saying, right?
But that one's
There's chaos out there.
But the ones like when they do the ones at the White House, it's always just like little kids. I never see like 12-year-olds out there. They're like little ones.
Okay, how do you know? You're IDing people walking
Trump wouldn't let him on the lawn.
Thinks he's a big shot, wants all the eggs for himself. I'm tired of it. You play with World War III with the Easter Bunny.
Are the eggs more expensive this year than they were last year?
Which the prices are going to come down. RFK Jr.'s working on it. We got to figure out the bird flu.
All right, so Maze, last season was super exciting for Red Wings fans because we got a big chunk of the season with two guys that were going to be Major League Baseball superstars, James Woods and Dylan Cruz, both of whom are now playing with the Washington Nationals.
Okay.
Right? They have bright futures ahead of them. Is there anyone, who should I be looking at now when I go to Innovative Field?
Brady House, our third baseman. Big prospect.
Brady Houser?
Brady House.
House, I'm sorry.
Yep. And then Robert Hassel III, our center fielder.
His name's Robert Hassel III.
Correct.
Does he sell insurance in South Carolina?
No. He just hits bombs.
Robert Hassel III.
Yeah.
When you're born with that name, you come out 47 years old.
You would almost have to, right?
You know what I mean? Like you don't meet a 12-year-old Robert Hassel III. Like with that name, you are
Bobby
just
Hassel.
Bobby.
I always figure it's like a rich family. When I see like the third, I always figure they're rich. Like that was like a rich family.
Or they just weren't creative with names,
That too.
right? Like they didn't.
Yeah.
They couldn't afford a baby book.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his dad was very proud of his dad.
Okay.
And he wanted to name his kid after either himself or his dad.
Yeah, we wouldn't know anything
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah. we ain't no thirds.
that. No, I have my middle name. My dad's middle name is my name. He named
So
me
he
his
hid it in there so
Yes.
nobody could
Oh.
see it.
exactly. Which is the opposite of what he normally does. By the way, that is one of the big changes at Innovative Field this year.
What's going on?
My dad is no longer working as the head of security over at Innovative Field.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So he retired?
Well, no, he couldn't do it anymore.
Why? Why is that?
Well, the company that made his jackets called him and said they're going back to making couches, so he had nothing to wear. Oh, you're not gonna laugh.
By the way, I forgot to tell you guys. Big food special today.
Oh, what do we got?
Minestrone.
Soup, ballpark soup.
Minestrone today.
It's kind of soup season still.
All right, you can't
Get
come
that
in.
cooler
You guys
weather
love
in.
your soup.
It's a pasta soup.
Yeah.
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 Look, I love soup. I'm a big
Full of
soup.
vegetables.
I like a minestrone.
You gonna go to the
for you.
ballpark
Yeah.
for a bowl of
Yeah,
minestrone?
yeah. Good ballpark minestrone.
Mates, you can't have it both ways. You can't come in and say it's going to be 70 degrees and beautiful today, and then be like, have a nice bowl of soup. Soup is cold food.
We have to plan ahead for the whole homestand.
All right.
Yesterday we had pasta fazool.
All right.
Delicious.
Are you only doing Italian soups at the ballpark?
Just this week. Last week we did cream and broccoli and chicken noodle.
So
Get them while it's hot.
So if you want to see some baseball, see some dynamite prospects, or get some great soup.
You know it. You know where to go. The home plate stand on the third base side at Innovative Field.
Like, if I worked in that place and you got all this fun food and somebody ordered soup, I think I would hate that person.
Hot soup here, hot soup. Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Hey, can I get my soup in my the bat?
Oh, soup bats.
Bro,
Soup bat?
Soup bat.
You can't have soup bat.
Why can't you have soup bat?
Because you're going to hurt yourself.
You can do soup bat.
Hot bat, get you hot. Oh, no. Can't do hot bats.
Or you can put your soup in a ice cream helmet. That would work, too.
That would probably, it's going to burn through the ice cream helmet,
Right.
Mace.
Oh, it won't.
All right, I want to give you one suggestion before we get out of here.
All
Dan
right.
Mason, General Manager of the Rochester Red Wings, 1:30 today, 1:30 Saturday, 1:30 Sunday, Easter egg hunt.
Actually, 105.
105. Okay,
Sorry.
like it matters. You can show up.
105 all 3 days.
You don't want to see Mace out there doing the announcements up front anyway.
No, nobody.
Oh, hey, it's Dan Mason. Yeah, it's me again. Oh, yeah, I control everything, so I get the microphone. Check me out, everybody. Did you hear what you Notre Dame? Okay, so I saw something on social media, and you know I'm big food idea guy for you.
Yeah.
Did you see the cupcakes they're doing at Wrigley?
No.
Okay. So it's a baseball cupcake. So it's in the shape of a baseball.
All right.
Yep.
It's white frosting, got the red stitches frosted on. They give you like a syringe of.
We saw this on TV.
An
yeah.
injectable cupcake.
You got it. You inject your own middle, like the soft
Flavor.
stuff, flavor into the cupcake. Chocolate, strawberry, vanilla.
So you pick your syringe.
And then you get to eat your baseball.
Wow. But
Make-
what do they do with the syringes?
Well, it's a
They
class-
leave them outside Wrigley for the people that can't afford to go to baseball games. They get the good use, but don't share your syringe.
I say syringe. It's like a little plastic thing you squeeze.
Like an
into-
injector.
Yeah,
It's like a little
yeah,
injector.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Bro, cupcake, ballpark cupcake makes more sense than ballpark soup.
I don't know about that.
Kimmy?
Yeah, this-
But-
I don't know about this
Yeah,
Chicago Cubs, this shady outfit over here.
I like the cupcake idea, though.
Again, I don't want a cupcake at a baseball
And
game.
if you have kids, that kid's not eating the cupcake. They're just licking the frosting straight off the top.
Okay,
and
but that's-
tossing the rest.
Look, there is no sweet thing you can get your kid at a ballpark
They're
where it's not
gonna
going to end
wanna,
up
inject
everywhere.
the cupcake, but they're not going to eat the cupcake.
You were a big
Cotton
frosted
candy or
liquor.
ice cream?
Cotton candy. God,
Fried dough? I mean, it's not like you're walking around with powdered sugar all over your shirt.
everywhere. And like if your kids are little and they're like dragging on, holding on to your like shirt and
Yeah.
jersey.
You've been wearing it.
The amount of jerseys I've had ruined from powdered sugar at Innovative Field.
Yeah.
That's when you were a
You're
kid.
welcome.
Because my kid's grabbing on my jersey.
Powder sugar boy.
Dan Mason, GM of the Rochester Red Wings. Always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Always great to be here, guys. Oh, by the way, big concert announcement.
Oh, what do we got?
All you deadheads out there.
Yeah.
Terrapin Flyer with Scott Guberman from Phil Lesh and Friends.
How many of
Performing
these?
live at Innovative Field, July 16th.
All right.
Tickets on sale Monday.
How many of these?
My husband's already on it.
But
All
there's
right. I
but
love
there's
it.
7 dead bands now, Mace. I mean, but
So what is this band?
They all have a following.
Are these all former people?
we
or-
said Phil Lesh.
The keyboard player played with Phil Lesh and Friends.
Oh, the
Okay.
keyboard player
But
played
played
with
for-
Phil Lesh
yeah,
and Friends.
Shared the stage with. I think I opened for this guy in the Poconos.
Special guest, Scott Guberman from Phil Lesh and Friends, playing with Terrapin Flyer.
So that's the organ guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and now Tommy's all excited because anytime there's a guy that knows how to use an organ, he's all the way in.
Get your tickets Monday at redwingsbaseball.com. Only $20.
105 Friday, 105 Saturday, 105 with a pregame
Easter egg hunt,
that starts at
like 12.
like 12:20.
Be there by
Early.
12:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man who runs the baseball team,
Be
like
there.
12:20.
Be there by 12:20 for the Easter egg hunt. And, it's going to be a beautiful weekend at Innovative Field.
Mace, always a pleasure,
Yes.
buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Great talking to you. All right, let's take a break.
Mhm.
Success versus future.
Okay.
I mean, it's a debate that some parents have to have about what their kid is going to do. Nothing
Sure.
our parents ever had to worry
Yeah.
about, right? But there is a girl in our area done good. She
Oh.
is the youngest person to ever do this in a history of this college.
Wait, the college?
Yes. Like, she's already past where she should be at her age.
That's amazing.
And what she is on the road to do could make her unbelievably successful.
Yeah.
It's also going to cost her what kids her age normally get to do.
What do you mean?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Success is something we all chase after.
Oh, sure.
But success can come at a cost, Tommy.
She's an elusive lady, buddy.
You have to make sacrifices.
Oh, yeah.
It's something that grown-ass people struggle with, that work-life balance.
Yeah.
So how do you handle something like this when you're just a kid?
So she's like this miracle kid.
Bro, wait till you hear this.
I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Right now, you can log on to the contest page, WCMF.com. Win a pair of tickets to see 38 Special at the Vine Showroom at Del Lago Resort and Casino, April 25th. Tickets are on sale now at DelLagoResort.com. DelLagoResort.com. Must be 21 years of age or older to attend a show at the Vine just after 9:30. It's Friday, you know what that means?
And we're going to get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you, and we got a beaver on the loose. And no, I'm not talking about Tommy's mom. We'll get to it.
What do you mean a beaver on the loose?
I'm going to explain.
Wild beaver.
Yeah, no, he's not a wild beaver.
Oh, it's a he beaver.
What?
You said he?
Why? It's not a wild beaver.
Aren't
you said it's
all
on the
beavers
loose.
wild?
You'd think so.
Oh, wait, it's a domesticated beaver.
We got a domesticated beaver
Okay.
on the loose.
All right.
And again, now
He
Tommy's mom.
builds dams, but he's union.
We'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So we got to talk about an amazing kid from our area.
Yeah, what'd she do?
Emery Taylor is 18 years old. And normally girls her age are seniors in high school trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
But Emery is special. She started taking virtual college classes through FLCC in the 9th grade.
Mm-hmm.
All right. She graduated from Lyons High School early. She accumulated all of these college credits, and while doing this, she was also working in a law firm.
Wait,
Oh my God.
a law firm?
While she wasn't actually in class,
So she's doing extra school and then law.
working in a law firm.
School on top of school with a
And law.
law firm job.
Double school, law firm job. So this past fall,
Yeah.
as a teenager, she decided to take the LSAT, which is the test to get into law school.
Wait, so she's going to skip college?
Not only that, she wasn't even a law major in the college classes she was taking. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She took the LSAT,
Yeah.
and it went well because Emery, at 18 years old, was just accepted into UB Law School, making her the youngest person ever to be accepted into the Buffalo Law School
In the history
okay.
of the school.
Buffalo education.
She took the LSAT
So you could
without
just
being yes.
jump straight
So how
to
does-
law school?
If you pass the LSAT, you can go to law school.
Well, what about college? You don't have to do college.
Like you don't have to have a bachelor's degree
Yeah,
first?
you don't have to do 4 years and then law
She
school?
may have
Unless like she did it through
Or did she catch
high
up
school.
already? Like she did most of her college already?
She was taking college classes in
Right.
high school, so she may
So she
have.
must have been like that far ahead.
I
So
don't-
could she have done all her regular ass college while she was still in high school doing
Well,
school?
it's possible that she had the credits because she may have also been taking advanced classes in high school, which can qualify for college credit. So she may have been taking actual college classes while taking college
That's
credit
insane.
in high school. And yeah, I guess that would add up.
And she graduated
Yeah.
early, so she could have had a year of actual college.
Yeah.
So we told you. She's 18, and just to give you a perspective on how unbelievable this is, past the fact that she passed the LSAT without being a law major,
Yeah.
the average age, Tommy, in the United States for someone to start law school is between 24 and 25. She's 18.
So she's many years ahead.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how many, but it sounds like many.
A lot. Not a math major, this one.
Yes.
So this kid's done something amazing.
Yeah.
She should be applauded. And it's very
She's
possible
going to be rich.
we could hear from this girl, Kimmy, down the road.
She's going to be on television doing those law ads.
But, Kimmy, it does create an interesting discussion. Look, not every kid's going to law school at 18.
No.
And
Not
getting
every kid's going to law school, period.
Yeah, speak for yourself. Getting away from this girl's story for a second.
All right.
Yeah.
There are kids who all of a sudden have choices as young people.
Mhm.
Sports, job, education.
Yeah.
Kids who have a natural ability combined with a crazy work ethic that
Got a
put
lot
them,
of potential.
you got it, and they put them in positions that no other kids will be in. But Tommy, to take advantage of those opportunities, there has to be a sacrifice. You lose a chance to be a normal kid. Like this
Yeah.
girl at 18 should be getting ready for prom, going off, meeting girls at college, friends, all kinds of new
Right.
experiences. She's not going to get that.
Right,
I mean,
so
yeah,
she's
how
gonna
would
lose
you
a
ever
little-
have time for it?
She's going to lose some youth.
Exactly.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it worth it? Is trading your kid's potential childhood worth this fast track they could be on to become unbelievably successful?
Well, yeah, but don't most athletes have to have the same sacrifice?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
if they want to go to
absolutely.
even just to Division One,
Yeah, sure. But
that's
But
the
I
same
guess
sacrifice.
but I guess with the argument about athletics for the most part is you're doing it and you're a part of a team. So even if you're taking
What
it
about a law
much
firm?
more
That's a team.
seriously than everybody else, like you're still kind of having that social interaction with other people and getting something more out of it. Whereas like if she's on such a unique path that I don't know how many people like she can even relate to.
But even with the high school athletes, let's talk about athletes for a second, right? So there are there's 2 guys from Rochester, 5 guys actually, but 2 of them that are playing in the NBA. Isaiah Stewart, McQuaid kid. He is going to be playing against the Knicks in the playoffs this coming weekend.
Look at that.
And then Thomas Bryant, who plays for the Pacers, he is a Kearney kid. Both of them, I believe, as sophomores, had to leave Rochester to go play at out-of-state prep schools to get ready for Division I basketball.
So this is kind of what you're talking about.
Exactly. And Kimmy, you're right. They have a team around them, and there's other things, but you're leaving your family.
Yeah,
you're leaving everyone you grew
but
up
there's
with.
the potential to make friends and, like I said, relate to other people that are also doing what you're doing.
Okay.
I feel like with something like this, it isolates you from a lot of that.
Yeah, but you're so far ahead of the game.
Oh,
man.
I'm not saying it's a bad or good thing.
You leave those losers behind.
No, but
man.
let's-
you rich.
But let's talk about that. Whether
lawyer, got your own building.
whether
your
it is
name on it.
professional sport, let those kids be kids as long as they can. Like it has the potential to be awesome.
Yeah.
It also has the potential to wreck that kid. And even if the kid ends up successful, doesn't mean that kid isn't a little bit broken based on what happened. Them not.
But look
We're
at
lacking some things.
Yeah.
But look at those when you went on the road as a kid.
Yeah.
Look at the experience you've got legitimately that you would have never.
Yeah, he's not a psychopath.
Well, comes and goes. No, but look at all those experiences you would. Yeah,
Look at both of you. You can both admit you got so lucky to end up in the position you're in, right?
Hey.
This is lucky.
You said it.
Scolded, ridiculed, mocked for my size.
Because his life could have gone in so many way worse directions, right?
Yeah,
I'm right here.
Yeah, you definitely can go
I'm
bad.
just repeating what you have said.
Look at your daddy.
To your point, Tommy. Yes, I had unbelievable experiences that I wouldn't have gotten in any other way. But I was also 16,
Yeah, I know
17-year-olds hanging out
You
in
wouldn't want
bars.
your daughter doing it.
Well, I wouldn't want. Look, if somebody came to me and said my 15-year-old kid wants to do stand-up and they have this opportunity,
Yeah.
should I send them on the road? I would tell them no.
Yeah.
As great as it was, as fun as it was, it broke me. I'm damaged.
Yeah.
You know me.
Yeah.
And look at you. Your parents sent you off to a preparatory school. That broke your ass. You're playing with yourself in the dark with 12 other guys having pee fights.
Okay, hold on now. Not everybody was playing with themselves.
I do not. I refuse to believe that when you were doing splooey, you weren't touching yourself. Didn't they call you Splooey Muley?
Spule.
252-9263. All right, let me ask you this question.
What?
Let me ask you this question. As we talk about this girl, 18 years old, from Lions, after all of this remarkable stuff she's done, super brilliant, she was accepted into UB Law School at 18. She is the youngest person ever accepted into UB Law School, and she gets this opportunity, but she loses some of her childhood. I mean, it's a fact. Kimmy, would you have traded 16 on for an extra $50,000 a year in your salary now?
Yeah, now, but like if you asked me then, I would have said no.
Well, okay, all right. Wait, let me try that
Like
again.
looking back on it.
So you don't think that what you gain now from 16 to 18, the experiences you had, the friendships you had, things that lasted, you think that's not worth $50,000 a year extra?
Well, I guess I don't know because maybe things still would have, I don't know.
I'm not even going to ask you because you're just a loser.
What?
Riding the school bus as an 18-year-old, working at a grocery store as a bag boy. Check me out, guys. I'm really cool. I know the one black guy at my school. Check me out. I'm Tommy.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I would have been, I don't know if I would have enjoyed life if I guess I didn't learn all those things and have those people around me for support. Like maybe even if you were more successful, like am I happier?
College, went to get his tax degree, all that stuff. He's wildly successful, but he is a weirdo.
Okay.
Like he's still that weird kid, even as an adult. I haven't seen him in a few years, but I'm guessing it hasn't changed. So to your point, he's got a wife and he's got kids, and his kids are like normal, like regular. No, you know what I mean? Get out of it.
We keep saying weirdos, like there aren't weirdos that have normal
No,
experiences.
I understand,
right? Like,
but you know what I mean.
Yes, I get you.
Like you would think, like, oh, you don't know how to do this, but you can do all this.
Sure.
I also wonder if you are somebody that's had this unique experience and you're getting to that point way earlier than most of the other people you're going to be learning with, like if it's harder to be taken seriously by those other people who feel like, well, you don't have the life experience that I do, or or maybe there's a little jealousy there because you just sailed your way into this when I've been working for it for more years.
No, you're
know?
right. I mean, if we use this girl, and again, remarkable story, and I'm not suggesting that she is going to end up some weirdo, right? Like, she's got her great head on her shoulders based on the interview we saw.
But you could be treated differently because of it, too.
Yes, she's going to be hanging out with people that are 24, 25,
Right.
26
You're going to stand
years old.
out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I had asked Kimmy, would you trade your ages 16 to 18 for an extra $50,000 a year? Even that doesn't really illustrate how hard it would be to figure out what the right thing would be for your kid, because you would have the benefit of hindsight now. You don't know at 16 or 17 where your life is going to go.
Oh, yeah.
Parents have no idea what their kids are eventually capable of. And, like, even without a kid that is gifted, it's a scary time in general. What is your kid going to end up being? Now, you add an exceptional kid with massive expectations, because just because you have a kid that is super smart or super talented doesn't mean it's going to end up good in the end.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, your kid is going to feel pressure. Like, being told you're great and you're doing great things comes with a certain level of baggage.
Yeah, it does, because the world's falling at your feet right now.
I mean, look, I know it's got to make you feel good as a kid, right?
Oh.
To know that you're head and shoulders above everybody else and you have all this potential. But
your hard work paid off.
It also has to be scary, because if you're smart enough, advanced enough to know I have talent in this, you would also be smart enough to understand how bad things can go.
No, I think that because you've had so much success, you don't have that fear yet. You don't have the fear of things going wrong because they haven't gone wrong for you yet.
Because you've never failed, that doesn't even enter your head.
Well, yeah, because you've just been nailing it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you really know how bad things can go if you haven't had any failure.
That's a good point.
Hey, I mean, you have an adult brain in your head already because you're doing law.
Well, no, but that's a mistake I think a lot of people make. You don't have an adult brain. You're really smart, but you have the same brain every other teenager has.
Yeah, but you understand like adult crap.
When it comes to emotions and how the world works.
Well,
I
yeah.
don't know if you do. I mean, because adult brain.
Some of the stuff you missed out on, too.
Okay.
Yeah, your frontal lobe ain't coming all the way through until you're like 26.
But it's gotta be worth it. It's gotta be worth it to like get a leg up on life, man. It's so hard for people. Like, and you got this gift, and you're gonna get a degree where you can almost print money.
I'll say this.
If you play it right.
If now you've got her committing fraud. and she's
Not
even-
fraud, but
If one of my daughters ended up being exceptional at something, and I love them,
Yeah.
right? And they had an opportunity, I think I would argue against it.
Yeah, how do you do that?
I-
You can't pull it back, man.
No, I think you can. Like,
How?
take your time. Like, you have time. Take your time.
Hard to convince a kid that, though.
I know, but I think you'll thank me down the road. I think.
All right.
Or you don't, and I ruined your life. But either way.
Oh, yeah.
Or you're the reason she missed that
Oh,
opportunity.
you don't want to be that dad
Yeah.
because that will haunt you to the grave.
Have you ever met a child star or anything like that? That's like, I'm really glad my parents got me into acting, music, etc. How many documentaries on Netflix right now have to show you Let Them Be Kids?
All right.
You only hear about the bad ones.
Name me one good one.
There's
Ron
gotta be some
Howard.
good ones out there. Oh.
Okay. In 80 years of child stars.
We got Ron
There's
Howard.
some
What-
child stars out there that
and it
are
was
still
worth it.
kicking.
It was worth sacrificing those other kids just to get to Ron Howard.
Let's take a break. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Ron Howard Day.
Yeah, and Creep Camp and Good Friday. A lot of things.
Yeah.
Also, we got a beaver on the loose, bud.
Whoa, buddy. Buy her a drink.
Why did I not?
That would have killed on a country station.
No, you would have been fired on the country station. We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's CMF. Keep an eye out, buddy.
For what?
There's a beaver on the loose.
What are we going to do with this beaver, buddy?
But here's the thing. It's not what you think it is because, like, this is a serious issue.
It's wild beaver.
No, it's not.
So you're saying it's not a wild beaver?
It is not a wild beaver, and that's what's created this massive problem.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It is the creep cap. Happens now. Let's see CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
Like, you know those ancient balls and stuff like that?
Oh, you're talking about your genitals? Oh, what do you mean?
Your mom had a conversation with them last night. Like this.
Two guys good at area codes.
Put us on a game show. Talk about my mom's butt making noises in the Auburn prison with her firm body. Yeah, I had a whole box of porn I couldn't sell.
You can sell porn in Grudge.
You can?
I mean, I've seen Playboys.
I'm talking like squirty porn.
You could have just said, like, not tasteful or
No,
something.
somebody was tasting something.
Oh, my
This one.
God.
Yeah, she had a mouthful, but I had a whole box of squirt, man. Like you need a farm.
Is your mouth okay?
It was last night.
Shut up.
I was doing some farming and some plowing.
I'm Pat's mom.
Go sit on my lap. You can't imagine how many birds have been on this lap. Like all of them, man.
Seems
I'm
like a
telling
weird
you
thing to
right
say
now.
to your grandkids.
Oh, he's Mick Jagger. He says what he
Yeah,
wants.
I can say whatever I want. I can sue you too. Get out of my lap. Respect my lap.
You didn't have to say it.
No,
in a
you always
sentence.
say. You
I was
always
trying
say,
to walk it through without getting dumped, and then here you come as
You
a
always say
sledgehammer.
my mom gets damp when she sees you. So why would she be dry? Unless you're not doing your job.
I don't need. Shut up.
Shit.
I don't ever remember getting a thank you card to my house.
No, wait. Your mother sent me a thank you card the other night. Oh, yeah. She was very thankful. She was
Kimmy.
in that calligraphy thing.
What? Say that again.
Calligraphy.
Got that? Oh, was she teaching you English? You dumbass.
Well, she said her hand hurt. My hand's so tired.
Hurry.
Thank you.
Harry Crutas.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. The Utica Zoo
Oh, man.
It's
They got a zoo?
is looking for a beaver on the run.
Wait.
It escaped.
That's a busted-ass zoo. They're down to a freaking beaver. They can't even
Zoos
keep
have
track
beavers.
of it. What are they doing with the lions?
Cauliflower the beaver,
Oh.
which, by the way, great name for a beaver,
Okay.
was one of 3 new animals welcomed to the barnyard
Oh,
exhibit.
he's a new guy, too.
Yes, at the Utica Zoo last week. But just 24 hours after he got there,
He made it
yep,
out.
zookeepers realized he had escaped.
Oh.
Cauliflower was gone.
Oh.
The zoo initiated a code blue. I'm not making that up.
Okay.
That's what they call it. And that's in the story. He was briefly spotted on zoo grounds right after his escape by
All
folks
right.
that worked there, but he managed to once again get away.
Okay.
He was a very slippery beaver. As we speak,
We've all dealt with them, fellas.
cauliflower
Yeah.
is still on the run. The zoo has set up traps. They have put out trail cams. They are using drones. They have involved multiple agencies, including the Utica Police Department,
By the way-
Department of Environmental Conservation, and the City of Utica employees.
Why just let it go?
They have also put out pictures in public asking for everyone's help. There is a dedicated Cauliflower the Beaver tip line
Okay.
that people can call, but that has led to a problem.
Yeah, I guess.
Any beaver?
Not even beavers.
Oh,
Okay.
woodchucks.
Yes, people don't know which furry brown
Yeah.
thing they're calling for because
Mm-hmm.
the zoo says that the line has been slammed with tips.
I thought there was going to be a bunch of beaver jokes.
Also, probably that.
Yes.
But most of the people calling Kimmy, they're not seeing cauliflower; they're seeing woodchucks, which are
Yeah.
totally different animals. So they've had to put out new signs.
Or just another beaver.
This cauliflower's gone forever, right?
Yeah, and who cares? I mean,
Well,
cauliflower will be fine. He'll go in the water and be a beaver.
Well, I don't know. Do they? I mean, can they adapt if they've been in captivity their whole life?
I mean,
he's new. Where'd he come from?
But he's the Minnesota Zoo. He was born and raised in captivity.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
Because he's used to like being fed and stuff, like everything taken care of.
Yeah, no, it's a
With
good
the 4
question.
seasons for beavers.
I mean, he could die out there. We'd lose cauliflower. Are we cheering for his freedom, or do we want him back in the zoo?
Well,
with his two
not
sisters?
just say he's domesticated, then you got to get him back.
Well,
Yeah.
but I don't know. How hard is it to be a beaver? Like, what do beavers
I mean,
eat?
it seems like their climate, right? They're not gonna.
Your
He's not gonna be
soul.
cold.
If you let him.
Well, I mean, are they cold weather? Beavers are cold weather?
I think so.
Well, they're
They're
around
like
here.
native to
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
our region.
Are you sure you're not seeing woodchucks?
I think they're in the Adirondacks for sure.
Okay. Oh, because I don't know the difference between a beaver and a woodchuck. I don't know what.
Beavers have the bigger tails, right?
Yeah, but I don't
But
have
they have that
another.
big flappy one that looks like almost like a snowshoe.
Okay, but I've never compared the tail of a woodchuck to the tail of a beaver. Like they're not standing next to each other at the same time.
Oh, they're also bucktooth.
Fun fact: beavers are the official state mammal in New York.
No kidding.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess if there was a state you were going to get lost in, this would be the one.
Abundant in areas with waterways and trees. I mean, he could have found a whole beaver family and just attached himself.
Yeah, but he'd be home wrecking, right? That female beaver is probably attached to a male beaver already.
We already have them banging the mom or the wife.
Well, I mean, that's what animals do.
That's true.
They bang.
I don't think they care. I don't. By the way, I don't know if they're mean.
Beavers?
Yeah, like, can you pick one up if you see it? Like, if you see them, could you grab it and bring it back to the zoo? Or are they nasty? Because they got teeth, bro.
He got teeth, don't he?
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I would think with a name like Cauliflower, he's got to be kind.
And he's probably used to people.
They give all kind of vicious animals nice little names.
Give me an example.
Well, if
Jaws. Yeah, that sounds like something you want to touch.
I bet you if you go to Gatorland, they probably got little Stacy over there, the alligator. She'll maul you.
Beavers are generally not considered mean or dangerous, but they can get defensive if they're threatened.
All right, so don't touch them.
All right, well, yeah.
Don't touch your beaver.
Don't touch any animals. I mean, that's a pretty good policy.
How about you just leave the beavers alone?
252 WCMF. The Utica Zoo got 3 beavers 2 weeks ago from the Minnesota Zoo to put on display in their barnyard exhibit. Cauliflower, the male beaver, escaped within the first 24 hours that he was there. He is still on the run. They've put out traps, trail cams. They got drones, multiple agencies, including the police department, DEC, and Utica employees. They put out a tip line, but the people calling are seeing woodchucks, not Cauliflower the beaver, and it feels like he may be gone forever.
Yeah.
How do you call Minnesota and tell them what happened? Because you'd have to let them know.
I would wait. Because you may get them back.
Well, now it's a story.
Yeah, then you tell them after.
Yeah, I would still wait. Because they may not be
Hey, fun
combing the
fact,
news
went on a
lines
little
looking for
adventure.
beaver stories.
Well, I mean, look, you're going to tell
It's
me
not a national story.
You wouldn't tell me there isn't someone who became close with Cauliflower the beaver in Minnesota who Googles his name every once in a while?
I wonder how they're going to be able to tell if it's him.
They don't. They'll just grab any beaver and stick it in there. Got him. Woo! Dodged the bullet
And does
there.
he look that different?
See, here's the thing. I saw a picture, but I don't even know if that's Cauliflower the beaver or
If it's just a beaver.
Yeah, stock beaver photo.
And by the way, are you in trouble as a zoo that you didn't hold on to this animal?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
Because you probably have more vicious animals in that zoo.
Yeah.
And how good are you watching them when you let the goddamn beaver out?
Well, I'm assuming the beaver got
Maybe
out because you're more worried about the other animals.
No, but I thought you were supposed to be good at zooing. One of the key elements of being a zoo is that you keep all the animals there, whether they're nice or mean. You know what I mean? There's like a standard practice of your business plan is keep them there. You didn't do that.
Unless he managed to, I don't know, find an escape in like the enclosure somehow.
No, or is the
Chew through
gorillas
something.
reaching out trying to find the key on the warden's thing and get the hell out of there?
Well, I don't think they have a warden at the zoo. Second,
They're called wardens.
okay, again, if a
It's basically it's an animal prison.
if a gorilla got out
Yeah, McGilla gorilla now is running up and down the street.
or an elephant got out, yeah, they're immediately gonna respond to that. Like you don't have to immediately call the cops. Okay,
What?
I forgot about this. I think we covered it 10 years ago.
What?
Holdy on Instagram just sent us a link to the story of a beaver that attacked a man who was paddling through Irondequoit in a creek.
But that
Really?
beaver had something wrong with it, didn't it?
It's an early. This poor guy had to go to the hospital for deep puncture wounds on his arm, bite wounds on his back, and he had to get a rabies.
If I'm
booster.
not mistaken, I think that beaver attacked multiple people.
I'm going to read you a quote from the story. Holdy, thank you for reminding us.
What?
This is from a guy who worked at the Bay Creek Paddling Center who witnessed the attack. Quote,
Yeah.
It was like watching a horror film.
So they're that nasty.
This one was.
God damn. So the poor thing was sick.
The guy had to have surgery.
Damn.
All right. Don't touch a beaver.
Yeah, leave them alone.
Also, leave the animals alone.
Bad.
Come back.
You scoundrel with the beaver joke.
Wrap it up. Write better jokes. Next here in the break room. Let's see you, man.
The old Friday Rubber Room.
For a Friday Break Room CMF, we will be back here Monday morning. Do not forget, tickets to go see Heart. They're coming to CMAC this summer, August 29th. They go on sale April 24th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Starting back here Monday.
What happens?
We have not been informed how this will happen, but we will have your way to win your way in to go see Heart at CMAC this summer.
Damn.
So come back for that, and we'll probably do some radio show stuff too.
That would be fun.
Yeah, so come back for a fun time. Everyone have a happy Easter weekend.
Yes, enjoy.
For Kimmy, who is going to find ways to get out of having to see her family, because every time her family's out at brunch, she is not there when I see
That's
them.
right.
You doing family stuff on Sunday?
Nobody's actually said anything to us.
There you go.
Ooh.
She's reached the point where people don't even bother
No.
calling anymore. For Tommy Muley, who's going to have to wake up and find his Easter basket on Sunday, full of fennel. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room. Excuse me, Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5.